The June 17th, 2026 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You can also watch the meeting live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on the City of Las Vegas TV the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. If anyone has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, please assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that is in need of hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk's staff. And please note, if you are parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter the chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use the machine. If you do not have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Pastor Richard Box, Living Grace Foursquare Church, and please remain standing as he leads us in the pledge. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. The old advertising campaign was that what happens in Las Vegas stays in Las Vegas. And we actually believe what happens in Las Vegas doesn't stay in Las Vegas, that it changes the world. And so we thank you for your servant leadership in our city and in our state and in our country and even worldwide. And so let me pray. God, thank you for your supernatural wisdom that you give from above. Thank you for the opportunity that we have to meet here and to gather and to discuss these important things. I thank you for these leaders that you have appointed, for your word says that exaltation or promotion doesn't come from the east or the west or the south, but it comes from you, that you are the one who exalts. Lord, may they continue to be good stewards of the influence that you have given them. And we pray a blessing upon them individually and upon their families as well. And Lord, I pray the high priestly prayer of blessing upon them of Numbers chapter 6. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and your families, and may he give you peace. And it's in your name we pray. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Will you lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We will now proceed to the ceremonial portion of our meeting. Oops. Olivia, are you ready? Okay. I'd like to invite Councilwoman Olivia Diaz to recognize a special group of students. Olivia?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning, everyone. And we are going out of order from the posted agenda, but I do have some really exceptional students. I want to make sure that they get highlighted and they get their love, and there's a family that has to take off 9:45. So we want to make sure that they are part of the ceremonial, so thank you for your flexibility. And today, the city of Las Vegas is geeking out on technology. As you will see from RDA, we had that AI presentation, which I was like, wow, never seen that before, and it was really cool to get to see the aspirations that we have for the city in something that we can follow easily and not just have to hear. And then we're gonna do this awesome group of students. We're gonna celebrate them this morning. They are the International Innovations Charter School of Nevada robotics team. They are an exceptional group of young scholars who were very dedicated and worked incredibly hard all this past school year. And not only have they maintained strong academic performance, but they have also collaborated as a team and excelled in robotics competitions at the regional, state, and international levels. And I want to now extend the invitation for the aviators and their advisor to come on up here and join us today. Come on up. All the aviators and Dr. Knighton too, and Ruth, please join us. I recently had the pleasure of visiting their school to see them in action, and you are seeing footage of that visit. And it's really, really cool, and you can catch the latest story for more details on hearing from them on my latest episode of Access to City Council. These students are led by their incredible coach, Dr. Megan Knighton. Oh, she's right here. Come up here, Megan. Who along with her mother, Ruth, have helped coach these awesome, blossoming, budding stars in the robotics field. Under their guidance, the team has achieved remarkable victories. They earned first place at a regional competition with 50 participating teams, where they were named grand champions. At the state level, they earned first place in robot design against 150 teams and placed second overall. And that qualified them for the Western Edge competition in Long Beach, California, where they competed against, is that accurate? That many teams? Okay. So they went to Long Beach, California, where they competed against 144,000 teams worldwide over Memorial Day weekend. As Dr. Knighton can attest, it truly took a village of support. Their families, their loved ones, community partners, all of them ensured that our students could travel and participate in such a prestigious event. I'm so proud of the small part I played in helping them get there. Thanks to the generous support of community partners through the Mayor's Fund for Life, this incredible opportunity became a reality, and we got them much needed travel money. So all of them went, correct, Dr. Knighton? All right. And I am incredibly proud of each one of them. I'm going to mention their names. Is it Zanya Hatchett? Zanaya Hatchett. Go ahead and raise your hand as I call you. Okay. Okay. Anthony Sandoval. Zachary Rodriguez. Ariana Moran. Montserrat Brambilla. Zuleika Bustamante. Isaiah Ortega. Mateo Lopez. And they couldn't make it here today, but I think it's still worth noting them. Diego Arias Rivas was also part of the team, and Kendall Scott. I hope this is just the beginning for all of you, because wow, that is pretty amazing and incredible that you continue to dream big, work hard, and reach for the goals that you guys want to achieve. Science and technology are the future. We hear this over and over and over that the jobs of tomorrow are so heavy in science and technology, and you guys are already so far ahead of your peers because you're already doing amazing work, and you're only in 4th and 5th grade. I can't even. Wow. Talk about grace under pressure. These abilities will serve them well in their careers in the future, and I'm confident there might even be a future astronaut amongst us right here. Whatever path you choose, know that everyone here in the city of Las Vegas is rooting for you, okay? And make sure you come back to Vegas. Dr. Knighton, I want to offer you special congratulations on earning your PhD. She was just offered her doctorate. As a former educator myself, I understand the tremendous dedication and patience it takes to teach the young minds that are here amongst us. And so pursuing your own education while juggling your career and advising this robotics team is truly inspirational. So thank you so much. During my visit, I learned that you only began teaching robotics 4 years ago. So she had to teach herself how to teach the children in this area. And I don't think I could pick up a manual and start teaching robotics. So that is incredible. And that you took the team to Western Edge to compete against 144,000 teams. That's just incredible. Can we please give her and her mom, Ruth, a round of applause? Your dedication and passion for the team is commendable, and admire the commitment, Dr. Knighton, that you show to your own growth along the educational continuum, because we know that education never ends, right? We continually learn new things every day. Thank you for guiding these students through their robotics journeys and for being such an exceptional role model. And with that, I want to congratulate once more these amazing aviators. Let's hear it for them. I have a plaque here for the robotics team. So who should I hand this off to, Dr. Knighton? Who should have the... Okay. So that's for your team to take back to your school, and it just says that the city of Las Vegas is super proud of everything you accomplished this past year. And I have one for Dr. Knighton, so she can also have something that really speaks to all of her investment in getting the team this far. Before I turn the microphone to Dr. Knighton, there is a very special robotics team member who would like to say a few words, and that's Anthony Sandoval.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony Sandoval. I'm honored to be here to recognize someone who has made a lasting impact on the students of IICS and Mrs. Knighton. As a student, we are lucky to have teachers who care about our education, but every once in a while, we meet a teacher who goes far and beyond of what is expected. Miss Knighton is one of those teachers. For the past 4 years, she has been our robotics teacher, mentor, and role model. She has dedicated countless hours to helping students learn, grow, and succeed both inside and outside the classroom. Mrs. Knighton has taught us much more than robotics. Throughout her classes and leadership, she has helped students develop important life skills such as teamwork, communication, and critical thinking, and in confidence. And she challenged us to think creatively, solve problems, and never give up when faced with a difficult thing. Do not go as planned. She encouraged us to keep trying and learn from our mistakes. One of Mrs. Knighton's greatest strengths is her beliefs and in her students, and she sees potential in us even if we may not see it in ourselves. She pushes us to reach higher, work harder, and strives for excellent. Students have been discovered talents and abilities they have never knew they had. Her dedication was especially impacted throughout the robotics program. Under her leadership, students were given incredible opportunities, including the chance to compete internationally at the 2026 Lego Robotic Competition at Long Beach, California. Competing against more than 90 teams from around the world was an amazing achievement and a once-in-a-lifetime experience for many students. This accomplishment was only possible because of the hard work and preparation and commitment that Mrs. Knighton invested in her team. What makes Mrs. Knighton truly special is not only her knowledge and leadership, but also the genuine care she shows for her students. She celebrates our success, helps us throughout challenges, and always encourages us to become the best versions of ourselves. She creates an environment where students feel supported, respected, and inspired to learn. The impact of a great teacher lasts beyond the classroom, and Mrs. Knighton impact impacts will stay with her students for years to come. The lessons she has taught us, the opportunities she has provided, and the confidence she has helped us build will continue to guide us as we move forward in our education and future careers. On behalf of the students of IICSN, I would like to thank Mrs. Knighton for her dedication, patience, leaderships, and unwavering support. Thank you for believing in your students, for inspiring us to dream bigger and show us what we could accomplish throughout the hard work and determination. Congratulations, Mrs. Knighton, on this well-deserved recognition. And we are proud to celebrate you all that you have done for our school and community. Here.
Thank you so much, Anthony. And to offer some more insights about all of this journey leading this robotics team, the Aviators, is Dr. Knighton.
Thank you. I don't think I could even come close to that speech, but I came a little bit prepared. So as a teacher, there is no greater reward than seeing your students succeed. To watch these kids get to be here and be lifted up and honored and celebrated today is the most fulfilling dream and such an honor and memory that will stay with me for my lifetime. While my career may be labeled as teacher, I truly believe that the most important task that I have is to be a learner. And these kids have taught me so much, and every day that I have worked with them have been another day filled with opportunity to learn and better myself. They've taught me love, compassion, teamwork, and that true leadership is stepping back and lifting up those that are around you. They've also taught me resilience. They fully embrace that Nevadan spirit. Just like Las Vegas glitters in a harsh desert climate, they embrace every challenge and obstacle thrown their way and turn it into something that is amazing and truly leaves me speechless. To my students, I hope you know that you are an inspiration to many. My pride and love for each one of you is endless and will follow you wherever life takes you. All of you are our future and so full of talent. I cannot wait to see the day where all of your fantasies become your legacies. To our city leaders that are here today, I want to thank you for your support of the incredible things that our kids are doing. Your support of our unique and wonderfully diverse teams brings essential visibility that sends the message that for every interest and background, there is a place in STEM for you. All it takes is one positive experience to ignite a passion and develop the future STEM leaders of our city. You are all a catalyst of that today. And finally, any achievement is not done alone. We would like to thank our friends, our family members, fellow educators, and supporters who all helped us get here. From now on and forevermore, we truly welcome all of you into our robotics family.
Should we do the certificates just with the visible seal? Just
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Come on a little more so we can, there you go. Yeah, these guys are.
love these kids. Okay.
Good morning. Say your name, please. Anaya. Zanaya. Lovely to meet you.
All right. Okay, leave. Time to go. I want to invite our Director of Innovation and Technology, Chris Craig, to join us. Our employees strive to make our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Johan Herrera Gonzalez Jr. Would you please join us? Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Johan is a senior applications programmer and has been with the city since 2021. In 2024, the platform that the city website ran on locked down the city website for several hours over a billing dispute. While the dispute was quickly resolved, the incident led to a new project that Johan oversaw from the start to finish, the creation of a second city website on another platform version. This new site creates a safety net to ensure that in the future there will not be a chance of service disruption for residents and those who need to use the many online services at the city website, such as submitting plans, paying bills, applying for jobs, and so much more. In addition, the site is an important communications tool that translates into the 8 most spoken languages in the city. Johan was committed to creating the new website so that the city has built-in redundancies against stoppage of service in the future. This job is not as simple as copy and paste, and this is where Johan had to be smart. While he needed to recreate hundreds of pages, he also had to ensure that functionality was working for each page, link, and piece of content. He had to ensure that the design continued to meet the city's brand standards since the platform was different than the previous version. He had to rebuild huge pieces of infrastructure, such as the city's blog and the Discover page, where the city's many events are promoted to the public. This took several months, but it did not cause Johan to slow down on his other responsibilities. Johan is a problem solver who never says no or I'm too busy, even though he must juggle a lot of things on his plate. He is always kind, easy to work with, and quickly handles the needs of those asking for help. Johan, thank you so much for all you do for all of us here in the city. We appreciate it. And I want to give Chris a chance to say a few words, and then we'll hear from Johan and have a photo taken. Chris?
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. First, I want to thank our colleagues in the Communications Office for recognizing this fabulous employee that's on our team for all of his hard work. In my role, I get the opportunity and joy to witness the end product for most of our staff and the things that they work on. And the projects he's worked on has been truly exceptional. So I asked his manager, Craig Andrews, who's in the audience here, I said, what would you like me to say about this gentleman? And he says, you know, from the day we hired him, I recognized that he was someone truly special. And every single day he's proven me correct. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. I can tell you From my own interactions, that is 100% true. He's kind, committed, and smart. Not only does he build beautiful websites, I can tell you he makes the best flat white coffees you've ever had in your life, too. So with that, this is your day, sir. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Dearly beloved, we gather here today. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong page. Good morning, everyone. First, I want to say thank you to the PIO and to my team for this recognition. Being named Employee of the Month is truly an honor, and I'm grateful to work alongside such talented and supportive people every day. When I first joined the city, my focus was just to do a good job and help anywhere I could. I never anticipated the level of growth, opportunity, and sense of teamwork that I have experienced since. The recognition I'm receiving today is not just a reflection of my individual efforts. It's a testament to the collaboration, encouragement, and collective dedication that everyone within the city brings to their work. I also want to thank my manager and colleagues for the guidance and support. Whether it was helping through a challenging project, offering advice, or simply being willing to jump in when things got busy, I couldn't have done this alone. I'll do my best to continue contributing, improving, and supporting the team in the same way that others have supported them and others before them. This recognition motivates me even more to keep pushing forward and to help us all succeed together. Thank you again for this honor. I truly appreciate it.
Here, I'll give you that. Congratulations.
We will reconvene the city council meeting in about 3 minutes. I'd like to reconvene the city council meeting. Before we move on with public comment, I wanted to make a small statement. As you may have heard, we had a tragedy here at the city that resulted in the death of a city employee on this past Friday, June 12th, 2026. This unspeakable act of violence has shaken our team. I ask that the community join me in mourning the loss of life of employee Joey McLean. Please keep Joey's family, friends, and loved ones in your thoughts and in your heart. And at this time, I would ask that we observe a moment of silence. Thank you all so very much. Agenda item 7. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Please say which agenda item you will be speaking about. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. You may also address the council at the end of the meeting during citizens' participation regarding matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Although you are not prohibited from speaking during both public comment periods, we kindly ask that your comments are not repetitive. We will set the time at 2 minutes. Does anyone wish to come forward to talk about an agenda item? Seeing no one, we will move to agenda item number 8. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, I have one item. It's item 46, 26-0078, SDR1. Applicant owner is Maria Emma Griselda Quevedo Diaz on 0.16 acres at 617 North 10th Street. There's an abeyance request by the applicant to the August 5th, 2026 City Council meeting. That'll be my motion.
All right, please vote. Post. Aye. Motion carries, and please note for the record that Councilwoman Nancy Bruni is with us via phone. Motion passed.
With my vote received.
Motion carries. Agenda item number 9, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the May 20th, 2026 regular City Council and special joint City Council and Redevelopment Agency budget meetings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam Mayor, move to approve the minutes.
Please vote.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries. Agenda item number 10. Items number 10 to 23 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any other items the council wishes to bring forward? Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the consent agenda for items 10 through 23?
Madam Mayor, move to approve items 10 through 23.
Please vote. Post.
Aye.
Motion carries. And now I would like to pull forward items 55 and after that 56 before proceeding with the rest of the agenda. So agenda item 55. Welcome, Ms. Malich.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. Dr. Tammy Malich, Director of Youth Development and Social Initiatives. For the record, let me find the clicker. Oh, right on the sign where it shows the picture of it. This morning, we are super excited to bring you an incredible project that we partnered with the Department of Public Safety, Chief Potts and his team, on behalf of the Ward 5 office, and it is the Ward 5 Traffic Safety Video Contest. Ward 5 partnership, as I said, with the two departments. We did a contest across Ward 5. We sent it to all of the City of Las Vegas principals in Ward 5, asking that students create an original 30-second safety video. The goal was to help increase traffic awareness safety. At the elementary level, they were tasked with creating a crosswalk safety video. At the middle school, a bicycle or scooter safety video. And at the high school level, either a motor vehicle driving safety or a bicycle scooter safety. And with that, although we only advertised in Ward 5, the advertisement was shared with our communications team and our social media team, and we put flyers in all of our parks and rec and community centers. And so we got participation from across the city and even outside of the city. So with that, we are excited today to recognize the young people who participated as well as those who were the finalists in each of the categories. When we went into this, we initially decided we would have a winner of the contest, but as we sat with the Ward 5 team and Chief Potts and started watching the videos, we couldn't select just one. And so we wound up with an elementary winner, a middle school winner, and then a tie in the high school category, because that's how fabulous the videos were. So it's super exciting that we get to recognize those winners today. So I'm going to start by asking Chief Potts to join me. Thank you, Chief.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
We're going to start with our high school participant, Lexina Garcia. No. Lexina is from Cimarron Memorial High School. She is a freshman, and she was a participation in our event. So thank you, Lexina. Let's do a photo. Thank you. Our second participant was also a participant in the high school category, and that's Hector Valle Ramirez. Hector. Hector is a sophomore at Cimarron Memorial High School. Would you like to say anything, Hector?
Sure.
All right.
Hello, my name's Hector Valle Ramirez. I go to Cimarron Memorial High School. I'm entering my junior year. I want to thank someone for both this opportunity and being able to, I guess, have the skills to get recognized. And that'd be my video production teacher, Mr. Palomo. He's actually here right now. He's...
Oh, would you stand up so we could recognize you?
Is he still in here? Oh, yeah. Okay. When I'm in student council also, I'm mentoring my third year. It's very, I guess, difficult at times as a student to manage your time and have, I guess, maintain a good mental health and confidence in yourself in many ways. So when I entered Cimarron Memorial, I looked at all the CTE options we had, and there was nothing that really specifically called to me, but I saw video production and I was like, oh, that might be fun. But once I realized I actually really enjoyed video production, and to see that I wanted to get more involved and do more things, so that's why I joined student council and then got more involved with my school's morning announcements and other sort of things that I could help Mr. Palomo out with in filming or editing or acting. And to have, I guess, to know that Mr. Palomo had that, well, one, like, trust and faith in me to have me submit that for this competition, or I guess just contest. It's nice to know that there's someone that has that believes in me, in my skills and talent.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hector. Our third student is actually our middle school winner, and that is Mateus Ramirez, sixth grader at Swainston.
No?
Hello, Mateus. Do you want to say anything? No? And our final student, although we had 14 participate, they couldn't all be here. Our final student was the winner of our elementary category and the winner overall, and that is Chauncey Moore. And so I want to
Today we're going to be learning about crosswalk safety. First, always stop at the curb. Second, always use the crosswalk. And third, always look both ways. Always remember to follow the traffic signals. Only cross when you feel safe. Crosswalk safety is very important. It was a pleasure to be here this morning and to be a person here and to develop how I've been here processing how all of us have been trying our best to do this and trying to be here. It's been a pleasure being here. Thank you.
Chauncey is a fourth grader at Mabel Hogard Magnet School, and so congratulations. And with that, Chauncey's voice has already been recorded, and his voice is on the crosswalk when you push the button at Clark and Goodman Way and Main Street. So when you push it as of this morning, you will hear Chauncey's voice. I would say in closing, or I would mention in closing, that the other four winning students' voices will be at the Smoke Ranch, Cary, and Rancho four-way. Each of the ways, that button will have one of the other four winners' voices. So incredible. Thank you to all of our students for participating, their parents, our Brindley Middle School teacher, Bryson Goldstein, and Principal Maria Switzer were here. I don't know if they're still here. And thank you to the Ward 5 office and Department of Public Safety for allowing us to participate in this event. Thank you, Chauncey. Congratulations.
Miss Malich, I believe that must be Chauncey's mother. Can we get a picture with her and her child? Yeah, why don't you come into the picture and we'll take it for you.
You'll get your phone. While they're taking the picture, I'd just like to say how excited I am about this program. It was just sort of a whim, and it's amazing that staff here at the city could make this happen. And I love Mabel Hogard. It's in my backyard. All three of my sons are graduates of Mabel Hogard Math and Science Magnet, and we challengers do the darn thing. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Did you want to say more? No. I have a comment. Oh, all right, Ms. Diaz.
I want to commend Councilwoman Summers Armstrong for getting this underway in her ward, but I think there's room for us to do this in other wards. We have seen, and this is where the need is so great. We have seen increased pedestrian accidents, and there's a spike in my area of people being struck by vehicles. And I think that the more we do it intentionally, but with the assistance and the help of the students, I think it just goes that much further. The message the reach of the message, I think is more profound, and hopefully people will keep those safety tips at the top of mind. We want to see no life lost in a pedestrian vehicle accident, and this, I think, is an amazing way to combat that. So kudos to you.
Thank you. And if I may, Madam Mayor, one more thing.
Of course.
As I told Hector this morning, our children become the ambassadors for safety. When they're talking to their peers about safety, it resonates differently than when it comes from we old folks. When they're telling the message, the videos were so funny. I hope we're going to put them up somewhere. They were really, really good. And so I encourage you all to continue to be ambassadors. Talk to your friends. You don't want to lose a friend. You don't want to lose your own life crossing the street. And please be ambassadors to help us keep you and your friends and family safe.
Agreed. Dr. Malich, are we planning to expand this program to other wards?
Yes, absolutely. We will take that and we will expand it. I will also send the video links to all of you, and we'll make sure that we get those posted. The videos are incredible, all of them.
Cool.
I was shocked and amazed. I've also sent them to the Clark County School District because they may want to use them, because the kids did such an outstanding job with these videos. So.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. This is a report only, so no action is required. We'll now move to agenda item number 6, which is also out of order. Report by Dina Babsky, Director of Economic and Urban Development, Kate Hausbeck Corrigan, Acting Executive Vice President and Provost of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and Constance Brooks Johnson, Vice President of Government and Community Engagement at UNLV, regarding an update on the vision, proposed programming, and collaborative framework for UNLV at the Civic Plaza project. This is in Ward 3, Ms. Diaz, and welcome. We're so happy to have you. Ms. Babsky.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. Dina Babsky, Director of EUD, and I'd like to welcome Ms. Kate and Ms. Constance here with UNLV's leadership. I'm not going to repeat their titles. They're very impressive and long, but yet still welcome. Today we're going to present an update on our work with UNLV on the future partnership at Civic Plaza on the 3rd floor, which is the only vacant floor that's remaining in Building B. It's about 16,000 square feet. From our perspective, it is more than just filling that space. It's really about strengthening the connection between higher ed, workforce development, innovation, and economic growth. When we look at at Civic Plaza, we all know that it was specifically designed to create this intersection of government, private sector through Vegas Chamber, workforce development through Workforce Connections, and now a higher education partner like UNLV. When I look to the future of Las Vegas, I know in my heart that it's going to be our the strongest competitive advantage that we will have is the talent pipeline. Every day in our work in EUD, we work with businesses, and the question we hear the most is where our workforce is going to come from and specific requirements for the workforce. That's why our partnership with UNLV is so important. Every great city is anchored by its strong university, our university. The universities, they serve not only as a place of learning, but as a place of community engagement, workforce development, innovation, and just generally, bringing folks together to see what the future is all about. As you know, we have partners at Civic Center already that are contributing to the ecosystem the way I described it, and UNLV would be a great addition to continue that growth and just envision everything that will come from it, including, I'm not excluding ourselves at City Hall. We are a partner in that relationship as well because it's one big, large campus. And again, the last thing that I guess excites me most in general is the downtown momentum, right? We know that downtown used to be known for what it was, the history, the past. That's where things started, everything in Las Vegas. But now we're so excited because I think that we're known for our momentum. And having UNLV be part of that evolution is really, really exciting. I'd like to then turn it over to our friends at UNLV and let them describe the vision for the space.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor Berkeley, esteemed members of the City Council, colleagues, and neighbors. I am Kate Corrigan. I am a very proud 27-year resident of downtown Las Vegas and also the Senior Vice Provost at UNLV. We couldn't be happier or more grateful to have the opportunity to be here with you today to talk about our vision for UNLV at Civic Plaza. And really, that starts by acknowledging and thanking our friend here and our colleague, Dina Babsky, who has just been a tremendous partner providing vision and support through this journey. And we are so excited about the next steps and all that's ahead. So, UNLV at Civic Plaza will create a lively downtown hub for fortuitous and productive social collisions, right? We see this as a place where people come together. And in that, we hope to spur collaboration, innovation, economic and workforce development, and learning all the way across the life cycle. So UNLV at Civic Plaza will serve as a focal point for university programs and services, and it will thrive as a result of our proximity to all of you. Right? We see this as a tremendous opportunity to co-locate with the City of Las Vegas as our key partners, but also with the Secretary of State on the ground floor, with the Vegas Chamber, and with Nevada Workforce Connections. We can't think of better partners to share space with and to build sort of what we're thinking of as UNLV 2.0, moving beyond Maryland campus and really doing outreach into the community. So our goal at UNLV Civic Plaza is to provide educational opportunities, but also hands-on learning and services that benefit the community and that cultivate high-impact partnerships. Now, to do so, we know people are at the core of any successful endeavor. And so we propose that in our 16,000 or so square feet, we're proposing to create what we envision to be a bright, modern, technology-forward, flexible space to work, to learn, to gather, to innovate, and to create sort of our vision for tomorrow together. In doing so, we plan to open with a staff who are full-time on-site at Civic Plaza. This will not be a shell where people sort of occasionally pass through. This will be a foundational hub and a core office for a team for UNLV at Civic Plaza. And that team will be anchored by one of our top leadership members from the main campus, likely an AVP, who will be housed at Civic Plaza and sort of be our sort of ambassador to all of our partners, all of our students, all of our alumni, everyone who passes through that space. We will, of course, also have full-time staff and employees. We will have faculty on site. As you're going to hear in a moment, we're going to need some dedicated on-site technicians because there will be technology involved in the learning and the interactions that we're building in this beautiful, flexible, dynamic space. We will also have faculty and staff who routinely pass through Civic Plaza on a scheduled basis to deliver programming, to participate in events, to host and participate in meetings. And one group of folks who we are already planning to schedule on a routine weekly basis will be UNLV's leadership. Deans, vice provosts, vice presidents, the president, the provost, the cabinet. We will be part of this campus, and we will have leadership suites for meetings and for gathering right there on site. Now, when you visit us, and I hope that this becomes a reality and that you'll step off the elevator and visit UNLV at Civic Plaza, the beating heart will be what we're calling our Rebel One Stop. And Rebel One Stop will be just what it sounds like. It will be a one-stop shop for prospective students, families, current students, alumni, employers, community partners, city officials and employees, members of the community, to either make appointments or stop in and say, hey, I have a question, I have an idea, I could use some help. And that Rebel One Stop will provide that right at the core of our Civic Plaza space. In that one stop, we will have recruitment, admissions, the registrar, financial aid, academic advising. We will also have career services to provide lifelong career education and opportunities for our current students and our alumni. This will involve life design coaching, folks who walk in and say, I need to pivot in my career or resharp my career, and I need to align that with what credentials or education I need to be successful. We'll be providing resume support. We envision having a digital headshot booth where people can get those all-important digital headshots for their digital resumes on LinkedIn and other places. In that Rebel One Stop, we're going to bring our Institute for Financial Literacy and Wellness folks. So we established that on campus about 1.5 years ago. And that really came about, we can talk about it separately, I don't want to take your time now, but it came about because we at UNLV held a series of public meetings about some changes in federal financial aid repayment plans. And in doing so, we came to recognize the breadth and depth of need and interest from the community to understand how to pay for college, how to manage college loans, how to address college debt. And so that Institute for Financial Literacy and Wellness will do all of that as well as other financial education. We're envisioning a makerspace and a design space in order for students to have places to learn and build and innovate, but also to bridge that gap and meet those needs in the community here downtown. We will have a comprehensive computer lab that we envision including immersive learning. So we have integrated virtual reality onto our main campus on Maryland Parkway, and we are expanding there, and we would like to bring those virtual reality educational experiences to our Civic Plaza space. So, what will we be doing with all of those people and all of that space and all of that technology? Well, beyond this Rebel One Stop, we are envisioning 4 buckets of activities, and none of them will surprise you. These are core fundamental things that UNLV does on a daily basis. They are providing academic credentials and degree-seeking programs, providing lifelong learning and workforce development through non-degree seeking programs, providing services to the community where we are also training students, right, by providing these services, and doing arts, entertainment, and events that really create a creative and lively space. So just very briefly, I'll say a few things about each of these. So the first bucket are on-demand academic credentials. So we see Civic Plaza, it's obviously space limited. We can't reproduce our whole campus downtown, right? As much as that might be appealing, we have to be very selective. So we will start with a series of programs that we think are high demand and will meet the needs of the community. These will include things like Greenspun College of Urban Affairs programs, public administration, certificate in nonprofit management, urban leadership, our Doctor of Public Policy program. Boyd School of Law is very interested in being part of our Civic Plaza space, including the potential delivery of their new proposed hybrid part-time JD program, which would be housed at Civic Plaza. We're also looking to use Civic Plaza classroom and learning space to support our growing number of students and programs that we're housing in the Las Vegas Medical District nearby. We are eager to expand our footprint there as well, and we will be launching biotech and biohealth programming for undergraduates in conjunction with CCSD and CSN and others in the medical district soon. And so the Civic Plaza will provide one-stop services for those students, as well as classroom and computer space for those kinds of programs as well. Beyond that, we recognize that learners don't always need a full degree. Often people need to upskill or reskill or realign their career to meet the very, quick changes that are happening in the labor force and on the part of employers in this AI era. And so we have UNLV Lifelong Learning delivering these workforce-aligned training and educational programs. So lifelong learning will be a very big part of what we provide at Civic Plaza. These will be workforce-aligned programs. Think things like executive education for business administration, for leadership training, nonprofit management. Think Spanish classes for people working in the healthcare professions or the service industry, where developing or strengthening a second language or a third language could be helpful in the workforce to make sure that we're meeting the needs of all citizens. Think about legal education for the community, but also continuing legal education for all of the lawyers who live and work downtown. And then, of course, public lectures, workshops, and opportunities for personal enhancement. So we'll offer those kinds of programs as well. Now, our third bucket of activities at Civic Plaza involves innovation, business and community outreach to provide key services while also training students in each of these areas. Just briefly, I'll say one of those partners that we're extremely excited about, I think you will be too, is our brand new Nevada Institute for Cybersecurity that is now housed at UNLV. We have a cyber clinic that our students and faculty have been running for small businesses for free for the last several years. We will house that at Civic Plaza and make Civic Plaza a site for cybersecurity education, both credentials and non-degree credentials, but also services to small businesses and those in the community who need cybersecurity support. We're extraordinarily excited about that, in part because we have a large, growing, and thriving bachelor's in cybersecurity, as well as a master's program in cybersecurity. And I'm very pleased to tell you that our friends and colleagues at CSN just got their associate's degree in cybersecurity approved by the Board of Regents, which means we will be able to have an entirely stacked set of credentials for students to go from non-degree to associates to bachelor's to master's if they so choose, and then to provide those services to the community at Civic Plaza. We also envision small business and entrepreneurship. We imagine a hub that will align with the Secretary of State and that will be tightly and closely connected through Zach Miles, who is with us today, and our Blackfire initiatives with community partners and businesses. The Small Business Development Group will be on site on a regular and predictable basis so that people can drop in and take their business idea and help make it a reality, or to scale their business and grow larger. The Urban Poverty and Business Initiative at UNLV is another potential to house at Civic Plaza and to provide community outreach, as well as the Boyd School of Law legal clinics, who are very eager and see great synergy with our work at Civic Plaza. And so last but not least, we envision this to be a creative hub. So our Fine Arts College is bursting at the seams with students and doing really creative things, from music to dance to graphic design, architecture, and so much more. And we want to be sure that we are hosting events, doing workshops, that we are building and creating and strengthening the existing arts community here downtown with these expanded collaborations. We are also working on building a certificate program in museum and curation studies, which will align beautifully with the museums that already exist downtown, and of course the forthcoming wonderful art museum that we're eager to have open. So we see boundless opportunities, and I know this sounds like a lot, and you might be thinking, but what's really realistic on day one? We've been asked, and the answer is, everything I've mentioned already exists on our main campus. Our main campus is bursting with faculty and ideas and projects and programs and courses and credentials and students who are eager to learn. And so this is an extension of things that we're already doing, and we will be able to expand those in partnership with employers, with community partners, with all of you in the city. So all of these things that I've mentioned are programs that we can launch within the first 6 months of opening our doors at Civic Plaza. So, by co-locating with partners such as the City of Las Vegas, the Vegas Chamber, the Secretary of State, Nevada Workforce Connections, we are eager to be a vital contributor, not just to Civic Plaza, but to the entire community. And we're eager to advance workforce development, talent pipelines, to help accelerate business growth, to expand educational access, and to enrich the quality of life in our community through public service. So to wrap up, I'm going to hand it to my friend and colleague, Dr. Constance Brooks-Johnson.
Welcome.
Thank you and good morning. For the record, I am Constance Brooks Johnson, a two-time double rebel. I have 2 degrees from UNLV, and so I proudly serve as our Vice President of Government and Community Engagement. And I also bring you greetings, both of us bring you greetings from President Heavey, who ironically is at the Association of Public Land-Grant Universities conference, specifically at the Urban Serving Institution summer meeting, where he is discussing partnerships just like we're discussing today. So isn't it timely that we're meeting with you today, and at the nation's level, at the total nation's level, they're also discussing this as well, which is very exciting. Also with us is our Director of Community Engagement, Tamara Marino, and our Director of Government Affairs, Leonardo Benavides. And so as Southern Nevada's anchor institution, which proudly holds both the Carnegie R1 Research Community Engagement, the Carnegie R1 Research and Community Engagement classifications, is quite a mouthful, UNLV brings research capacity, education, partnership, and a deeply rooted commitment towards shared academic community engagement. These designations underscore our strength and ability to contribute in support of the workforce, community, and economic priorities that Dr. Corrigan has already mentioned. Our peer and aspirational institutions also understand and value the expansion and investment in the downtown sector of their respective regions. Those institutions include Georgia State University with a downtown hub in Atlanta, University of Louisville with an academic hub in their downtown corridor, the University of New Mexico, who just entered into an MOU late last year as they explore opportunities to expand in Albuquerque. The University of Oregon should sound familiar, the Balmer Institute, which has served as a model for best practices for us as we try to solve our mental health and behavioral health workforce shortage. We also have the University of Utah, which serves as a key partner for us and a model. And they are moving into their city center in Salt Lake downtown. So in closing, we just want to highlight as well that the collaborations have already begun, which is very exciting. And thank you to Dina Babsky, her team, to Mike Jensen and city leadership, and to each of you for your input. We have been working collaboratively with you to get to this point, and so we are grateful for that input. And so as we see this dream come to fruition, we count you all as a partner as well as the other tenants in the building, and we're just excited for a ribbon cutting, which we hope will be next year. Thank you.
And to close this out, Mayor, City Council, as far as, let's talk about more tactical things, the lease itself. So today is just the informational item to update you on the progress of our discussions. We presented the same information to the NSHE board last Thursday and received great feedback from them as well. The lease is currently in draft, so we're working through the documents, and the goal is for UNLV to take the lease for NSHE's approval in September at their quarterly meeting then, and we would then, if approved by NSHE, would bring it for your consideration in October.
Fantastic. We can't thank you enough. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Babsky, for all the work on this. And Ms. Corrigan, you mentioned you're a downtown resident, but you are a Ward 1 resident, so just make sure you say that next time. I was actually in D.C. yesterday with President Heavey at the Urban Serving Institution conference, and so some of the main points that I think are really relevant is that as an urban serving institution, you have shared responsibility in making sure the quality of life indicators are there for all residents. So whether it be transportation or housing or education or healthcare, as an urban serving institution, UNLV shares in that responsibility, as does the city of Las Vegas. And so with your leadership and researchers and students across the way here, I think it's important that we as a city recognize that we need to rely on experts to tell us how to plan those things, how to plan healthcare, how to plan transportation, housing, education. And your researchers need to do that just as much as we need them. They need to be actively participating in their community, and your students need to actively participate in real life experiences. That's what's going to make this community grow and thrive, and our downtown needs your students and your faculty and your leadership to be with us. So I'm very, very excited and grateful, and I would put on the record, I'm also once a year, I co-teach in the Doctor of Public Policy program, so it doesn't influence my decision in any way. But I really appreciate the fact that you're investing in downtown, so thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make a comment? Yes, Ms. Polensky.
Real brief. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I spoke with Dr. Brooks Johnson last week. I was with my family out of town, and she's the only one in the world that can get me to call her back when I'm away with my family. So I do have some background on this, and we talked on the side. But for our viewers watching at home, very energized by this news, can you give us a general time frame? I know we haven't signed a lease yet, and I know that it's going to go up for a vote within the NSHE system next October, but after that, what can the general public expect as far as time frame?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. Kate Corrigan for the record. We are hoping that this lease is signed and approved in October, and then that will allow us to immediately launch into the tenant improvements. Our architects are already working with your folks, so we will not be starting to think about that in October. We are doing that work now. So we're laying the foundation. We hope to start those activities immediately in October. And we had hoped to be able to open our first programming in our Rebel One Stop in the fall of '27, but that will depend on tenant improvements and construction timelines. So it may be that that gets pushed to January of '28. But we are eager. The sooner the better as far as UNLV is concerned.
Ms. Kelly.
Thank you. I didn't know I can count each degree, so that makes me a 3-time rebel. I'm very, very excited about this. I appreciated spending time with Dr. Brooks on the phone as she articulated everything that you're doing. And I don't want to be a naysayer, but I'm going to say what I'm going to say, which is it's all very aspirational. What struck me in my conversation with Dr. Brooks is it's a lot. There's a lot. And I'm thrilled to hear that it's not that you're starting anything from scratch, but I want UNLV to continue to be successful. I would love for it to be regarded as a community, as a place, as Mayor Pro Tem said, for scholarship, as a place you go. I had the pleasure of hosting a active senior event last week and had invited, and she came, Dr. Brenna Wren from, Brenna Wren from College of Liberal Arts, go good thinking skills. And she has, her expertise in psychology is the psychology of people who are aging. And I got really terrific feedback from the audience there, and that's the kind, I was thrilled to be able to feature a UNLV scholar who is doing current work that's very, very meaningful and on topic for my constituents. So when I think about the Rebel One Stop, and one of the things you said, if you have an idea, I just see going in and saying, hey, I've got an idea, and the gal's had a bad day, or the gentleman's had a bad day, and the consistency and the training isn't there or whatever, and you get a couple of that and that inconsistency, because if you're talking about Rebel One Stop, it's the one place I know I can go into. And so I hope as you are developing this, you're making sure that as you activate your offerings, that the training's there, the knowledge base is there, that rebel spirit infects everything that your employees there do, that you have the right leader, and it doesn't have to be a provost. I mean, you have the right person who's making sure that your delivery is on message, on target, all the time, because I think UNLV's reputation, I'm not going to say is at stake, but this is, I love listening to your examples of the other universities that are doing so. I have to do a Go Ducks for my husband's alma mater. And I want to be able to say, oh, that's terrific. You can go across the street. Of course, I won't be here, but I'll be saying that anyway. You can just go down, and get to, and get your questions answered, or maybe there's a visiting professor who's doing a talk on something or what have you. So it all sounds wonderful, and just roll it out as you feel confident that you can deliver, because that's what we are expecting you to do, and we want to help celebrate your success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really excited about UNLV coming to the downtown. I think this is the next frontier for our university in growth and helping us municipalities, local government navigate a lot of the systemic challenges that sometimes, as articulated by MPT, we are not the experts in academia to help us land with the data and navigate all of the picture, but if we have you across the lawn and I'm in deep conversation with a few colleagues and we're scratching our heads, how do we move the needle faster on this front? What are the wisest first next steps? What do we need to be thinking about doing? And we can lean on you and the researchers at UNLV to help us fill in that gap to make the best decisions moving forward. I think one, that just that access and proximity alone is going to be so beneficial and advantageous, not just for us as a council, but for the city, because we're really trying to navigate and make decisions for our residents. Again, and then also being the representative of Ward 3, I know my educational stats, and they are sorely lacking. And so I am also very thrilled to have an access to UNLV, the Rebel One Stop, within closer proximity to my residents. They don't have to drive all the way to your Maryland campus. Now it might be within 5 to 10, 15-minute drive from them. And for me, that's eliminating a barrier, because sometimes transportation is a real barrier. And then I could go on and on and on, but there's so many communities that need a touch point that is closer to them. And as seen by our everyone we've celebrated today, I mean, technology and cybersecurity, we've been talking cybersecurity since I don't know, I was there in the legislature in 2011 and we were already talking the needs of cybersecurity, and here we are in 26 and we're still needing to beef up in that area. And so anything that we can do and make sure that those jobs go to Las Vegans that are here, that go through our school district or go through their charter schools, or I just want to make sure that we're giving those opportunities of high-paying jobs to our own community members. And that's what really excites me about how this can be dynamic, multifaceted, and community-focused, and helping us all not miss a beat, because that's how quick our city hums, and we need to be going faster. So thank you so much. Can't wait to vote on the actual lease in October.
On behalf of the entire City Council, let me thank you for your presentation, and truly, we're very excited about the future of both our great city and UNLV. Of course, it's my alma mater of both my children, and we're very, very proud of it, and this is obviously the next step forward. Couldn't be more happy about this, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Go Rebels.
Go Rebels. Agenda item number 24, boards and commissions. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Joan DeSantis to the Ward 4 seat on the Arts Commission. Ms. DeSantis occupies a seat designated as the Ward 4 representative. She was originally appointed in 2023, is eligible for reappointment and wishes to serve. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. DeSantis has done a fine job serving, and we are grateful to have her tee up for another term. I move to approve item number 24.
Please vote.
Post.
Post. Motion passes. Agenda item 25, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Terry Panicello to the Board of Civil Service Trustees. Ms. Panicello was originally appointed in 2022. She's eligible for reappointment, wishes to continue to serve, and has the recommendation of the Human Resources Director. Is there a motion, Councilman Knutson?
Thank you, Mayor. With appreciation to Ms. Panicello, I will move to approve.
Please vote.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 26, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Sue Ann Cornwell to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Ms. Cornwell was appointed to the board in 2023 and fills a seat designated as the mayor's appointment. She's eligible for reappointment, has the recommendation of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Director, and wishes to continue to serve. I move to approve the appointment. Please vote.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Agenda item 27, discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Deanne O'Rear Cameron to the Senior Citizens Advisory Board as the mayor's appointee. A vacancy exists on the board due to the resignation of the mayor's previous representative, Linda Young. Ms. O'Rear Cameron is eligible and wishes to be appointed, and I move to approve this appointment. Please vote.
Aye.
Motion passes. Agenda item 28, discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of David Stephen Turner as the mayor's designee to the Traffic and Parking Commission. Mr. Turner is eligible for reappointment, has the recommendation of the Public Works Acting Director, and wishes to continue to serve. I move to approve the appointment. Please vote. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item number 29, recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2026-25. Councilman Knutson, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Bill number 2026-25, an ordinance to adopt that certain document entitled Second Amendment to Development Agreement for the Summerlin West Area and to provide for other related matters.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 30, recommending committee, bills eligible for adoption at a later meeting. Items 30 through 32, bill numbers 2026-22, 2026-23, and 2026-24 will be heard at a later meeting. Agenda item number 33, new bills. Item 33, Bill 2026-26 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, June 29th, 2026. City Attorney, would you read the new bills?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 2026-26, an ordinance to amend LVMC Chapter 19.12 to allow for the rental store use within the professional office PO zoning district by means of a special use permit and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you so much. New Bill 2026-26 is assigned to the June 29th, 2026 recommending committee. Members, Councilman Knutson and Councilwoman Polensky and Diaz, if any so designated, are unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitutes as necessary at my direction. Thank you. Agenda item 34. Items 34 through 34K are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the Department of Community Development. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve this consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Please vote.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Items number 35 through 39 appear on the one motion, one vote agenda and may be considered in one motion, one vote as they are routine items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 35, 26-0118 SUP1, applicant Erica Padilla, owner, Wagema LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed massage establishment use with waivers of distance separation requirements from a city park, residentially zoned property, and a massage establishment at 7240 Westlake Mead Boulevard, Suite 1, C1, Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Agenda item 36, 26-0128, applicant Hasuk Kim, owner, Survivors Trust et al., on the following land use entitlement project request on 0.45 acres at 919 East Bonneville Avenue, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz, 36A, 26-0128-ZON1, from PR, Professional Office and Parking, to R4, High Density Residential, 36B, 36-0128-WVR1, to allow a 5-foot front yard setback where 10 feet is required, Area 2, 37, 26-0145-SUP1, applicant owner, Down Syndrome Organization of Southern Nevada, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed social service provider use at 6760 O'Bannon Drive, O Office Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Agenda item 38, 26-0146-SNC1, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, on a land use entitlement project request from Schaumburg Road, north of Iron Mountain Road, to Sheep Mountain Parkway, Ward 6, Ms. Bruni. And agenda item 39, 26-0152-SUP1, applicant Grapevine Cafe, owner, Summerhill Shops LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed alcohol on-premise full use with a waiver of distance separation requirements from a city park at 7501 Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 120. C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all items. These are public hearings that I now declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on items 35 through 39? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote items 35 through 39?
Madam Mayor, I'll move to approve items 35 through 39, and I just wanted to point out that at the Grapevine Cafe, she'll be able to get her license today,
Oh, outstanding.
and has a Father's Day event planned.
Please vote. Post.
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations, by the way. Agenda item 40. 26-0093-SUP1, appeal item special use permit, applicant Haraye Holistic Recovery, owner LV Green Properties LLC, for possible action on an appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of the following land use entitlement project requests for a proposed community residence, including family community residence and transitional community residence use at 2612 West Oakey Boulevard, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are. Would you like to tell us about your project?
Yes, good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you guys today, and thank you for your service in the community. My name is Jessene Paris. I am the co-owner of the property in 2612 West Oakey Boulevard, 89102. We are here to respectfully request approval of the special use permit for Hiraya Holistic Recovery community residence. I understand the primary concern of the council is the 660-foot separation requirement due to the concentration of existing special use permit in the area. We respect the city's responsibility to protect neighborhoods and ensure residential facilities operate safely and responsibly. We also recognize that individuals recovering for substance abuse are afforded protections under the Federal Fair Housing Amendments and American Disability Act. These laws promote equal access to housing and community integration for individuals with disabilities, including those in recovery. We respectfully ask the council to consider these important principles as a part of its review. I've been a registered nurse for over a decade, and within my career, I've spent a lot of my time in case management and hospital setting, and one of our issue is with discharge is safe housing and recovery. Therefore, we see a lot of frequent flyers in the hospital, and that's what inspired me to start Hiraya. While there may be several supportive housing in the area, I believe the increased numbers of application with special use permit, it's due to the increased demands. And I am here today with Jerome Powell. He's one of my collaborative partners with Bottle Buddies of Nevada. It's a nonprofit organization helping veterans, and March Larkin here is also a co-owner of the property.
So first, let me just say thank you, Madam Mayor, for even speaking with us today. Thank you for esteemed council for talking with us today. My name is Jerome Powell. First and foremost, before I say anything else, I'm a 3-tour combat veteran. Before I say anything else, I spent a lot of time over in the Middle East, serving our country for many years, and I also spent about 15 years working over at the local Las Vegas VA Medical Center here, and also over in Lebanon, Pennsylvania as well too. While there, I spent a lot of time working in the psych ward. Working with veterans who are coming back, transitioning back. I worked with Metro for a little bit whenever they've had some crisis situations and sent veterans to the VA. I was one of the people that they called up. Excuse me. And one of the things that we're noticing in the community is that we're getting an influx of veterans coming here. Basically, about 700 new veterans come to Las Vegas every month. And I was asking Mr. Floyd about that. We're having a little snafu with the cameras. But I wanted to show you some stats about that. But I can I switch? So what I wanted to explain to you guys and basically show you an outline.
Madam Mayor, Seth Floyd for the record. So we actually, just as you were saying that, we got the
There we
first
go.
one on the
There we
screen
go.
there.
Thank
So
you.
they have those documents in the back. If
Okay.
you just want to direct them which one to pull up.
Okay. Okay. So as you can see, one of the things that you're noticing is that out of all drug cases in America right now, and I mean everybody, 1 out of 11 lives in the Las Vegas region. Okay, as crazy as that stat may sound, that's actually an actual real statistic. We're talking about 22 to 26,000 people right now actively living in the Las Vegas region with an addiction problem. Okay, 60% of those people, okay, we're talking about just veterans alone in all of America, but 60% of those guys actually have PTSD problems. They're coming back with, psychosocial problems, mental health problems, bipolar, schizophrenias as well too, and also, of course, drug problems as well too. That also creates a bigger problem and a strain on the Las Vegas justice system. It also creates a bigger strain on the healthcare systems out here as well too. We see a lot of incidents all over television dealing with veterans. One of the things that I want to do is what we want to, with our team, we want to be able to put something in place that's actually actionable that veterans can utilize. For me, when I was coming home, this would have been something that I would have liked to be able to utilize if it was available. If I had a drug problem, I would reach out for something like this. One of the things that I also put on here is that the VA currently has only 20 acute beds for these same type of services and 40 beds in total for veterans out of a population, like I said, about 22,000 on average. When I was working at the VA, the statistic that we would give and the ratio was 1 out of 25. Imagine me going out into the community, I'm going to the vet villages and everywhere else, and I can only see you once a day, and the next time I don't see you until next month. One of the things that we've noticed is that a lot of people get left through the cracks. What we're trying to do is build an actual psychosocial rehabilitative program that actually follows that. One of the things you also see is that out of 138,000 residents, 23% of Nevada residents have actually used illicit drugs in the last month, okay? And we actually rank number 4 in America, okay, in actual drug usages in America, of everybody. On top of that, for this particular program, the biggest issue, and Mr. Knudsen, you can understand this specifically, was that the 660 feet to Foundations for Recovery. That's a totally different medical model than what we're doing. Excuse me. They're actually using a model where they're using peer support services for people, okay? Whereas you have somebody who's had lived experiences of substance abuse and drug abuse who are treating them. What I'm doing, and what I'm doing with my partner here is from Hiraya, we're trying to actually do something whereas we're bringing in actual therapy to the veterans as well, more of a holistic setting. Okay, so we'll address specifically, say, if you have problems with job training or something like that, you have problems with your frustration with credit report, but also with your mental health services, we want to combine all that into one program. On Cheyenne and Allen, I actually helped build out the program that's over there right now for the VA as well too. And like I said, it's not an easy task. I've been doing this for about 15 years in the community, you know, pretty steadily, okay? And we need more, basically, okay? What got me into this was because I'm a child of addiction, okay? My mother was an addict, my father was an addict. Like I said, my father died of his addiction. My mother had an addiction for 37 years, okay? And so for me, this is personal. My partners, all of us come from specific, you know, backgrounds of addiction and trauma. So when we noticed that this was a need, we wanted to fill the need, basically. As you can see, one of the things I want to also talk about is that, you know, we're committed to being a responsible neighbor. One of the things that we're looking to do when we're doing this is that we actually have invested a lot of time and resources to actually figure out a safe plan for the community as a whole. One of the things that we're noticing specifically in our zip code specifically is that there's been over 800 incidences of crime reported in that area. We're talking about drug crimes, we're talking about robberies, we're talking about homicides over the last couple of years as well too. That's before we even came along, okay? What we're going to do is actually mitigate some of those items, is mitigate some of that stuff by actually putting in real therapy and real help. A lot of my doctors are professors. Some of them have experiences working at the VA. Some of them have worked with the national security sites. We have an illicit team that can actually really be able to get this done. One of the things I want to also say in my closing statement is that, you know, Haraya's short-term, you know, problem is, I mean, short-term solution is that we want to be a short-term provider of the services. I don't want to house a guy for 6 months. That's not cool. Can you imagine any of us right now with your family member? I take your family member and I set them in a place with 112 other people, and or 60 other people, and they're living in a room with 6 people at a time. That's institutionalization of a person. And then I tell you, listen, you know, you have to go through your relapses, you have to go through your drug treatment, you have to go through everything basically around everybody else to see your weaknesses and your vulnerabilities. We're talking about somebody who's vomiting, they're going to the bathroom on themselves, they're doing the worst of the worst conditions of the human body and the human condition. What we want to do is we want to give that person the decency to be able to get back and be reintegrated back into society the correct way. We need your help. We cannot do this alone. Most recently, I was actually honored, I'm actually being honored by the Las Vegas Aces for the services that I've been doing in this community. On July the 3rd, they actually have, they honor us as the nonprofit of the night, that we're going to be doing that with them in partnership. Credit One Bank has actually reached out to want to do the same services and help us out as well too. Eureka Restaurant on Fremont Street, those are some of the people that's working with us. The State of Nevada Association of Addiction Professionals, okay, the highest ones in the state, they're supporting us fully. They're fully committed to helping us in this endeavor. I've been a part of that group for the last several years and teaching a lot of therapy about this particular subject. But we can't do anything unless we have this particular aspect done, just to be totally honest with you guys. What they're doing over at Foundations, they're dealing with 18 to 24 populations. We're dealing with people who are specifically within that veteran community who are also dealing with substance abuse issues from a clinical standpoint. They're doing it from a peer recovery standpoint to get you back into housing. We're not just doing housing stabilization. I'm doing the whole human experience. And that's why I asked you guys to work with us today, Haraya.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, due to an active community residence located 100 feet south of the subject site, staff finds the addition of the proposed community residence would alter the residential characteristics of the neighborhood by creating an institutional atmosphere due to the concentration of community residences on a block or adjoining blocks, and therefore staff does not support the requested special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Please come forward.
Good morning. My name's Alexis Tenner. I'm the president of the McNeil Neighborhood Association. I'm here for the neighborhood, but I am also here to speak for a member of the neighborhood who couldn't be here, and I would like to read her statement if that's okay. Her name is Melanie Stevens. Members of the council, I ask that you uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous 7-0 denial of the special use permit. She speaks not as someone opposed to this population. Her father was a 100% disabled veteran who owned and operated sober living homes in Nevada and Utah. Her family has dedicated decades to serving protected classes of people. This objection is about location, oversight, and the law, not the residents. The code is clear. Under LVMC Title 19, a community residence cannot be located within 660 feet of another community residence. Per the staff report, the existing facility is approximately 100 feet away, a shortfall of over 560 feet. No applicable exception exists. Staff confirmed the site is not physically suitable and that approval would create an overconcentration of facilities inconsistent with with the residential character of the neighborhood. Under Title 19, when required findings cannot be made, denial is mandatory and not discretionary. On the point of fair housing, the FHA and ADA require reasonable accommodation, not unconditional approval. The U.S. Department of Justice is clear. If a requested modification creates a fundamental alteration in local government's land use and zoning, it does not qualify as a reasonable accommodation. Waiving 560 of 660 required feet is not a minor exception. It's a fundamental alteration. The separation standard is content neutral, applying equally to all community residences regardless of the population served. No mandatory oversight exists in Nevada. From lived experience operating these homes, I can tell you there's no single governing body that mandates oversight of the treatment, safety, cleanliness, or security of sober living homes in Nevada. In 2023, Nevada's own legislature eliminated DPBH's authority to license halfway houses under Assembly Bill 403, transferring responsibility to SAPTA, leaving a regulatory gap that remains unresolved. NARR certification, the closest available standard, is voluntary, not required. Federal lawmakers have acknowledged this crisis. The Sober Homes Act was introduced in Congress specifically to study fraudulent and abusive practices by recovering housing operators. Without mandatory oversight, clustering these facilities in direct violation of separation requirements places vulnerable residents at greater risk, not lesser. The very people these homes are meant to protect deserve better than an unregulated, overconcentrated environment. There are also some safety concerns. Significant traffic safety concerns at the Oakey and Rancho Drive intersection remain unaddressed in this application. West Oakey Boulevard is a high-traffic arterial street, and the impact on pedestrian safety and emergency access for vulnerable residents at this specific site has not been evaluated. The Planning Commission voted 7-0. Staff recommended denial. The required findings cannot be made. I ask that you would uphold that decision. And our neighborhood was in favor of Melanie's well-researched and eloquated statement. So that's what I was here to present.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard on this item?
Your Honor. Hi. Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Marge Larkin, and I'm the co-owner of 2612 West Oakey Boulevard with Ms. Jessene Perez here. Before I became a businesswoman and real estate investor, I became part of Tabula Rasa, a board member of Tabula Rasa domestic violence nonprofit group, mainly because I'm a survivor of domestic violence. For years, my family lived the effects of mental illness, addiction, and domestic violence. Eventually, the situation became so dangerous that my children and I had to escape. We packed our stuff in trash bags, loaded a secondhand car, and we started over, sleeping in the car. So we were homeless. Then someone opened their door to us. A family gave us a room to stay, my daughter and I in a bed, while my son slept in the couch. It wasn't a permanent thing, it wasn't fancy, but for 2 years it gave us something we desperately needed, a chance, Madam Mayor. That one act of kindness changed the course of our lives. I know firsthand what it feels like to need a safe place, to be given a second chance. Over time, my children and I rebuilt our lives. We purchased our first home and began opening our doors to others who needed the same opportunity we were given. We purchased a couple more after that. We first started providing homes for domestic violence survivors and their children, to senior people, low-income individuals, and now we are extending the same service and chance to veterans and individuals working toward recovery and stability. Today, by God's grace, I invest in real estate and provide housing, yes, but making profit is not the most important driving force. I cannot waste my pain and brokenness, Madam Mayor. This is about allowing God to turn my pains into purpose. I became the chance I wanted to see. We became the help I and my kids used to pray for. So every veteran, every person in recovery that we help is one less wife being beaten and one less child in harm's way. Housing is more than just a roof over someone's head. I'm sorry, wrong. Housing creates stability, it creates safety and hope. It is often the first step toward employment, recovery, family reunification, and long-term success. Madam Mayor, I understand that some people have concerns, and those concerns deserve to be heard and respected. But we ask that you also consider the people behind this request, the individuals who simply need a safe place and an opportunity to move forward. Hearing my story today, I sincerely hope you'll consider our request. There are more women and children like me still in dire situations. There are more people needing help towards a successful recovery. We are not asking for a special treatment. We are asking for the opportunity to serve alongside you, to make an impact and change people's lives. Because sometimes one safe room can become the beginning of an entirely new life. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that wishes to be heard? Please state your name for the record.
My name's Alan Russell. Thank you for seeing us, Mayor and Council. What I have to say is about this man right here. He found me when I was booted out of another house that was supposed to be for veterans, and all they wanted was money. He took me in when I had nothing, got me to my appointments that I need to, and he makes sure that I get to all my doctor's appointments and everything that I need to do, where the other house didn't. And he waited until I got my Social Security coming through, and then we started, and I've been able to pay ever since. And I would just want to say that what he's doing is good and needed, because there's not enough things for veterans out there. We just kind of fall between the cracks and just don't want to do anything with the government after serving. And I just want to say that if you find it to have them open up another house somewhere, that's great, because they're doing what they're saying they're doing. They're not just putting it out there just to do this and gather money and do whatever. They're there to help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Braden Ferrer. Sorry, I don't have a statement written out, but I also am involved with this house. My friend Jerome here, I've known him for a while. He's helped me through several things. I've been through the LVR3 program at the VA hospital. A lot of people know me here. I'm also a combat vet myself. And I'll tell you what, the worst thing that could happen after you get out of recovery is to have nowhere to go, have no support system to continue your recovery. That's what this place is about. The people who want to do better, they want to do good, they want to get back on their feet. And I can attest to how much he's gone out of his way to make sure that that happens. Even today, he's making sure I'm on my appointments and everything. But it also helps to have other vets that are of the same mindset help each other. I think that's what's most important about this place. They're doing good work. They have no other objectives other than to help the community. And I'm a living testament to that. So thank you.
Thank you so very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Nothing? Okay. Is there a motion, Councilman Knudsen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the presentations. I'm sensitive to the subject and the challenges. However, it's more than the other group home that's within 100 feet. There are 15 in that 1.5 mile radius. Because of that, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for denial, planning recommendations for denial, and I will move to deny the appeal.
Okay, please vote.
Aye.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Post? Okay. I'm so sorry, your motion is denied.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Agenda item 41, 25-0459, abeyance item on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.19 acres at 5617 Grand Guinness Court, R1 Single Family Residential Zone. Note, the ward was amended at Planning Commission from Ward 1, Knutson, to Ward 6, Ms. Bruni, 41A, 25-0459-VAR1, abeyance item to allow 2 parking spaces where 4 are required, 41B, 25-0459-SUP1, abeyance item for a proposed individual care group home use. The applicant owner is Care Access Nevada 1, LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 6, Ms. Bruni. They're public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you care to tell us about your project?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm Laura Cohn. I'm Vice President of Care and Education at Mission Driven Finance. We're a social impact investment firm that operates Care Access Real Estate, which is known by its acronym CARE. So when I refer to CARE, it's the acronym. And we're the applicant for this special use permit. Care Access NV1 is a subsidiary of our social impact fund. And we own 20 houses for family child care across Clark County. Care Nevada was created as a public-private partnership at the request of the state of Nevada. The state gave CARE grant funds to help create child care houses to help address the severe shortage of child care in neighborhoods across this region. The Children's Cabinet and Access Community Capital, CDFI, are our 2 local nonprofit partners in the program. There's a dire shortage of child care in Las Vegas and across Nevada. The CEO of the YMCA of Southern Nevada recently discussed the child care crisis in an op-ed, this is just last month, in the Nevada Independent, in which he said, across the state, nearly 3 out of 4 children younger than 6 do not have access to a licensed child care slot, forcing thousands of parents to step away from the workforce entirely. That limited supply of child care slots also drives up prices, which explains why Nevada families spend more on child care relative to their income than families in any other state. The shortage doesn't affect just households, it threatens our state economy. I'm continuing his statement. It threatens, more than 65% of Nevada's children live in households where both parents work, placing reliable child care at the center of their workforce participation. Nearly half of Nevada employers report difficulty hiring and retaining workers due to child care gaps, and the state loses about $1 billion annually in productivity from these disruptions. CARE purchases properties, houses, using impact investor capital. We renovate the properties using the state of Nevada grant funds. We lease the properties to child care providers who live in them with their family, plus they run a licensed business, a child care program in the house. And the lease that we have with our providers includes an opportunity to purchase the property from us after at least 2 years. And if we've earned an appreciation profit on the property, we'll split that profit with our child care tenant buyer as a credit at closing to create a pathway to home ownership for them. For this property, in total, about $202,000 in state grant funds were invested to turn this regular house in a community into a really ideal child care house. And next to me right here is Shannon De La Torre. She is the child care provider who leases the house from CARE and is providing outstanding and wonderful child care to families in this community. Shannon and CARE have taken efforts to mitigate the impacts of this business on neighbors. At the good recommendation of the Planning Commission, parents now do their drop-offs and pickups in the driveway of the property, and neighbors have reported to me and to others that that change has made an enormous difference in the traffic impacts of the business. If this special use permit is granted, CARE will install new box hedges that include sound absorptive material along the back fence in order to reduce the noise from the children playing outside to the rear neighbors. And we think that will make an enormous difference for those neighbors. Shannon and I have walked around the neighborhood, and she's done it without me as well, to talk to neighbors. Some people don't answer their door, but I did talk to 3 neighbors, 2 in the cul-de-sac that the house is on, and 1 catty corner across the street, who hadn't even noticed that Shannon was providing childcare just right a couple houses down from them or catty corner across the street. But when they found out, they were thrilled and supportive and happy for her. Another neighbor was initially concerned, but said that now that the traffic issues had been dealt with, he felt differently about it. I'd like to invite Shannon to say a few words to explain more about what she does, if that's okay.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for taking the time to hear me out. So I do run, it's called Minion Ranch Childcare. We have gone around to all the neighbors that would open the door and talk to us twice. And we actually offered a meet and greet for the neighbors to come over to our house and speak to us personally. We had a couple neighbors come, and with that, they actually changed their minds and decided to take their name off of the opposing petition and were in favor of us. Once they heard that the house isn't owned by a huge corporation, like was stated, and I explained what the actual process was with CARE and what I was doing and how I mitigated the traffic, they were happy with all the changes and knowing the actual situation with the house and what was going on with it. And then the fact that this house is going to be my house at some point, hopefully very soon. I am invested in this neighborhood. This is my neighborhood. This is, my daughter is 13. She's been growing up not very far from this house. This is where we wanted to stay. This is why we have this house. She goes to school at Somerset Aliante and has been there since first grade. So this is our community, and we want to be good neighbors. We want to be part of this community, and we're doing our best to mitigate any concerns that the neighbors have. And we're willing to listen to any of the neighbors. No one has actually come to me personally to talk it out with me at all. So I have never been able to explain my side of the situation to any of those opposing me, which I wish I could do. But that's pretty much it. I mean, there is a huge lack of childcare. I won't go into all that again.
Thank you.
But yeah, my parents are great. They love me. They want to keep their kids there, and I ask that you approve this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, due to the subject site inability to meet minimum parking requirements, staff is unable to support the requested variance and special use permit, and therefore recommends denial. I did want to point out there were a few conditions that were added at Planning Commission. There were 4 of them on the special use permit and 1 on the variance, and I'll just summarize those real quick. The first one is all outdoor recreation shall be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The second is that staff, there was a parking question, so they added a condition that says staff for the group home shall only park off-site within available street parking and leave any on-site parking available for child pickup and drop-off. The third one is all child drop-off shall occur on-site within the provided driveway or parking spaces. And the fourth one is the use shall be limited to the day or overnight care of children only. The individuals being cared for shall be no older than 17 years old. And then on the, there's a public works condition as well for required review after 60 days to ensure that the site functions properly for pickup and drop-off. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? If so, would you please come forward and state your name? Welcome.
Welcome. Hello, my name's Kyle McGuire. I've been here before. I've seen all of your smiling faces before. Mrs. Bruin, I understand she's here by telephone. Anyway, it's good to see her, or hear her at least. She's really, as far as politicians go, she walks her neighborhood and gets to know everybody to the best of her ability. As it was also stated, you know, there's people that don't answer their door. I happen to be one of them. Okay, I agree with much of what she does, but like I say, I'm not the guy who's going to stand there and open the door. Okay. With that being said, yeah, I'm not going to open the door for too many people. I'm a general contractor. I know that there's a child care problem. I adopted 2 of my grandchildren and had to deal with that with them. Okay, and this has now been 10 years ago, and I was spending over $400 a week to take care of them. I understand that there's a problem. I'm also a builder, and I understand we're sitting here with commercial property all over the valley that isn't being developed for this purpose because companies like this one right here manage to go ahead, sell a bill of goods to everybody, dangle carrots in front of people's head that you might be able to own this one day, you might be able, and they will turn on them just as quickly as there's a problem. Remember, when we got here, it wasn't because they did everything right. Yes, they did get grant money from the state of Nevada. Yes, they did do some renovations to the house. Okay? They took a house and turned it into a commercial building. Then, of course, they couldn't get anything through except for up to 6 children, which is pretty much standard for anybody. If my wife wanted to do that, she'd be welcome to do that as well. But then here's what happens. They get a okay for 6, they get 10 or 12, they get questioned, we are here. Then we have buses pulling in front of the house. Every day, 3 school buses. Double parking. They're a corner house. That, let me excuse the expression, jacks up the parking, or not parking, the movement of people on the street coming and going. Of course, it's temporary, a few minutes here and a few minutes there in the morning, okay? But the thing that we're, you know, we've gone over everything before. The traffic, this, okay? As far as being a good neighbor, meeting the people. You know, some of the stuff that's gone down in this neighborhood is downright scary as a result of this. People have been accosted, okay? And not these people, other people, okay? Then, of course, they push it off for months. Today, I have a granddaughter who's having wisdom teeth pulled, and I'm not there because I have to be here, okay? And it sucks. It sucks that we didn't take care of it before. We didn't take care of it the time before that. And what it is, you know, everyone get your ducks in a row and go ahead and do this. I can tell you, you guys are aware of it. There were too many people there. They went ahead and tried to get a variance that they can't get. I wouldn't even take something like this up there. They want to get 4 properties. Then they go ahead and start threatening people, add more stuff to this list where we'll just do it overnight then too. We will just, you know, and so no, it's hateful and malicious. But I can tell you, you may actually, you know, be looking at another victim here. Most of these corporations that do this stuff, they started in California. doing exactly what they're doing until legislatures like you stand up and say, no, not anymore. And then they move right to Nevada and they test the water. I bet you there's more than a handful of lawyers right now watching this on a live feed going, good argument, bad argument, and going ahead and doing that. I also remember a time when the city council would have stood up, and I know because I've been there, and they said, if you like California so much, go back there. This is Nevada, and we do things differently. Now, the thing is, we need to take care of our children. I have children I need to take care of that I'm not taking care of because I'm here. And I don't like it at all. So, that being said, I understand she has a disabled child. They are welcome as a family into the neighborhood. The business isn't. Now, as far as what things cost people and all of this stuff, I don't know if you guys are aware, but those conditions meant we have code enforcement and traffic in the neighborhood. I had a box truck that was worth about $30,000 that held construction materials on my driveway. Should it have been there? Probably not. But I can tell you, in order to meet the deadline I was given by code enforcement, I had to give away a $15,000 vehicle and then go ahead and rent storage to go ahead and offset it. And what happens is, oh yes, they only park on the driveway. Yes, but they sit on Camus Canyon around the corner and wait their turn. So now we have still people piled up in different places. And you know what? There's reasons that we have zoning. And I tell you, as a contractor, I know this. I deal with it every day, you know. And the thing is, you don't see me at these zoning hearings, and there's a reason. I actually respect the law. I respect what's right, and I do what's right, and I expect it out of everybody else. And I haven't seen that here in this situation, and neither has anybody else. As a result of that, yes, there's been petitions that were signed. I thought it was hilarious. Now, some people who couldn't be here that had actually had that petition together are on vacation and couldn't make it. Ms. Brood, she is. But here's what I'm afraid is going to happen here. There's something called a safe vote. And what that does is it's when you have your councilman, your representative, knowing you're against something, say, oh, that's okay, and consult you after everybody else votes for something. And the thing is, that is just as wrong as what they're doing. So I hope you'll see through it. I hope you'll realize that, yes, there is a real problem there. And the way to take care of it is to give her the option to move her business to a commercial area where she can conduct business, do what she needs to do. She doesn't have a carrot dangled in front of her that will probably be pulled out at the last minute, okay? That way she can go ahead, make some money, start a business, okay? I do care about people, okay? But what I'm seeing here is wrong. And the thing is, I can't even help her because she's got it all figured out. She sends these little letters around, you know. Like I say, you guys are going to do what you're going to do. I know it's an election year. I know a few of you are very safe. And you know what? I know that some of you, people are going to say, well, wait a second. What does that mean? You know, how are you guys, going ahead and everyone votes yes or votes for something or against it, and one person for it and sorry and like that. So do what's right. That's what we put you here for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard?
Jan Peg, do you want to?
Would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jan Peg of Ignon Steele. For the record, good morning, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. I am the Director of Child Care Initiatives at Access CDFI. We are a partner with Mission Driven Finance in the Care Nevada program. We have been a partner since the inception of the program and work like we do with many of the small businesses that we work with in the community to support the providers to make sure that they are shored up in their business, small business support, and also to help them with their back office support and provide technical assistance. Today, we respectfully urge your approval of the special use permit requested to operate a licensed group childcare at the property located at 5617 Grand Guinness Court. As a partner, Access has been a partner of the city as well in advancing economic opportunity and strengthening local communities. Through the city-funded Las Vegas Entrepreneur Accelerator, Access CDFI provided one-on-one business advising, mentorship, access to capital, and technical assistance to more than 200 local entrepreneurs. The program helped facilitate over $500,000 in financing, generating more than $3 million in participant revenue growth, and supported the creation and expansion of small business throughout the city. Access CDFI has consistently demonstrated its ability to be responsible administrators of public-private initiatives that deliver measurable results to Las Vegas residents and business owners. This project is nothing different. Building on that success, Access CDFI has partnered with Mission Driven to provide another critical support to the community, access to quality childcare. Across Southern Nevada, the shortage of licensed childcare remains a significant barrier to working families and workforce participation. Through this initiative, we have already assisted over 20 providers move from home-based childcare that was unlicensed to licensed childcare that allows them to have more than 4 children in their home. At the time when they were providing unlicensed childcare, many of these providers were below the poverty line, were not even able to take care of their own needs while they were sacrificing themselves and the needs of their families to take care of the needs of the children in the community. Right now, this initiative allows them to move into properties that are properly suited for care, have the adequate space, can be licensed, are licensable, and capped at 12 students. Acceptance of this proposal would allow us to continue to expand safe, licensed childcare within capacity within our community and support our goal of supporting the working family, small business development for small business owners like Shannon, and economic growth and development. This is a practical, community-focused investment that will create lasting benefits for children, parents, and the broader Las Vegas community. And for these reasons, we respectfully encourage the City Council to approve the requested special use permit, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? If so, please come forward and state your name.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Patty Parison. I have some videos I want to show you, please. I live behind them, and the noises you'll see from the video. And I don't exactly know where to put it on here.
No.
The phone?
Right here?
Thank you. So this is good?
Oh.
Better. Okay. This is the first and only time I talked to the operator. It didn't go well. I had to yell because the noise was so intense. Is it the right way up? Oh, I had it on mute, sorry. So I didn't interrupt y'all. There we go. Yeah, you can keep the noise down so I don't have to call the cops for it. Call the cops, it's just kids. Hey, you said, can I help you? I'm telling you what you can do. Call the cops. Shut up. You shut up, bitch. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. It's just kids. It's an illegal business. Is it? Where's that water gonna go when you empty that? On the floor. Call them. You're gonna ruin the block wall. You know that. Call them. That's what I'm telling you. Get down and stop looking over my yard. Your yard? This is my yard. Well, you have illegal business here. You have no legal business videotaping children while they're playing. That's disgusting. Are you a pervert? Andy, can you put my phone so I can call the cops? Can you keep the noise down? No, we absolutely can't. They're children. They're playing. I think it's pretty sad that you're so against children. You must have a very pathetic life. Thank you.
So the part at the end where I ask her if she'll please tone down the noise, and she said absolutely not. That continues. This was in July of 2024. I was recovering my last 2 years of cancer, and I didn't get any sleep all night because the drugs made me sick. Couldn't sleep during the day because my whole wall on that east side is all windows and glass. I don't think shrubs are gonna stop the noise. And then it was so important to her that she called 911, like urgent, 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 and she had the police come visit me, 3 cops in my foyer. So I knew what she had done. She'd take, she could have just, she didn't. But anyway, you could just, she turned it around and made it my fault. So I heard on court TV, there's a word for that. It's called DARVO. You deny, you attack, you reverse the victim and offender. And that's what she did to me. I didn't appreciate it. The second video is how they treat the children. And I've got this, it's so quiet in here. Okay, this is, my dog was sick all night, and how they treat the children. So the child cries and more screaming. I tried to find a place to see if someone else in childcare for the city thought that something like that was abusive, but I was unable to find. Everything has to go online, and I just closed my computer business. I've had open since '95, because I'm really old, since last Wednesday. But there's no trace of her or her business for the state, for the county, for the city. no trace anywhere on the computer that I could find, and I'm pretty good on computers, so that's why I always say it's an illegal business. I mean, if you're a business, you ought to have a license, right? That's just my thinking.
Would you turn the microphone to you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Okay. 23. So next we're going to have the drums. They're really fun. Sometimes these go from 7:30 in the morning until 8:30 at night. Some have pretty good rhythm, but it gets a little old.
I think we get the point of the video.
Oh, okay. Sorry. The next is lots of pictures. This one we call balls. What are balls? These are solid wooden balls. I took most of them out. I have 17 that they've thrown at, I'll say, my property, chipping my stucco, chipping my concrete patio. I have a dog that just underwent her 4th surgery for stomach cancer. She can't run. She's 10 years old. She wouldn't be able to get out of the way of these solid wood. And I'm not so spry either, so. There's more since that video. Anyway, you get the idea there. So there's more than that, and then there's also plastic balls they throw, which are a hard plastic. Lots of those. In the beginning, I would throw the bigger balls over. I thought I was being kind, but then I guess she complained about it at one of the meetings. So, but it was only a ball or two, and they didn't clean them. So that's where my dog does her business, where the balls land. So it's like, if you're going to do it, clean the balls. Okay. This is just a little short one to show you the parking. This is a side street, Camas Canyon. And the last one. Oh, the 30.
Do you have anything else that you wish to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to show you the screaming. That's this, like, from last week. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. You get the idea anyway. So what we have that I looked up in planning and zoning, that they cannot be a public nuisance, chronic nuisance, jeopardizes health, safety, and welfare, can interfere with the reasonable use and enjoyment of adjacent property, which would be me, or have detrimental effect on adjacent property. And if I've got a property, which I do, me and the bank, but if there's going to be 12 screaming kids with no supervision, I'm not going to be able to sell that house. I'm not going to be able, that's all I have is I have the equity in my home. It's cannot aid or abet criminal conduct or other conduct harmful to the public health, safety, welfare, morals, and peace. No unlawful sale of food products. I don't know if they have a health license because I know they've got to be feeding the kids because they're during the day. And then so I talked to planning and zoning for a half hour last week. He could find no business license. He said they're stalling. So this all started in December of last year. So this is our 7th month. And we're trying to get this resolved, and we haven't gotten anywhere really. They're stalling with, this is, I took his words to mean, without a SUP permit, special use permit, they are in violation. Currently not permitted to operate without it, and I should call code enforcement, which I did last week. He said, the planning and zoning guy said they're applying for a group home commercial residence. And we'll go on about that in a little bit, but to obtain it, they can have no lights on the adjacent property shining on my property, and they also have to have an 8-foot wall. So she has put up lights that shine directly into my great room and my master bedroom. Very, very, very bright lights. And there's no 8-foot wall. Been there, done that, didn't work out, but I'll explain that later. There's a 500-foot rule in effect.
I think we're going to ask you to please wrap it up.
All right. The 500 rule, they're 367 total feet from another group home overnight residence. So I believe that should eliminate them from getting the permit approved. And then I'll done. And I just wanted to say that in the beginning, how I found out about this is that this care company, I was pulling weeds in in my property, and all of a sudden stuff started falling in front of my face. It was cement. They were on my shared wall, and they were building it up, and they hadn't even mentioned a thing about it. They got away with it on the south side, which is 2 of her signatures, but those people don't own that home. And so they were just trying to sneak it in. If anyone ended up trying to extend one of your shared walls, you'd at least want someone to say, hey, what do you think about this? But no. So we had a date for them to come, but they didn't show. And I called, and they just said they had more important things to do. But not once did they say they're going to have all this business going in there. And then the license, I don't know if you've seen my friend Lisa, my neighbor, if you've seen the petitions.
Would you mind wrapping it up, please?
She had a petition. She has 95 signatures on it opposing it, so I don't know if y'all knew that. And then she wrote something to go along with that. That's all.
Thank you so
very
much.
I'm sorry it took so long, but
Is there
I waited,
anyone?
and we got cheated out of so many times because they kept pushing it back, obeying it, and we would come down here and nobody would let us talk. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Is there anyone else wishing to address the council on this item?
Mayor, Seth Floyd for the record. She indicated a petition in a letter. I don't know if she has that, if she wants to give that to the clerk. The clerk can take it if she has that information with her today.
If you have that petition with the signatures, would you kindly leave it with us?
I don't have it, but she did say that she sent it. Her name is Lisa Solby. She sent it to Nancy Bruin. like yesterday or the day before, and Nancy knows she has the 95 signatures.
All right, thank you so much.
Otherwise, I could get it and forward it to you, email.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
Okay, you can let me know.
Let us, at this time, since there's no one else that wishes to speak, I'll close the public meeting. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Don't make a motion yet.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to point out that I know the organization CARE has multiple other plans for the city and for the county, and so, Mr. Floyd, I think it's worth understanding a little bit better about what the state's investment plans are with regards to childcare and how that impacts our planning, use, and zoning, and that may be through the Council of Governments or individually through the City of Las Vegas.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Seth Floyd, for the record. So a couple of points on that. One is the state has, over the last couple of years, been engaged in an effort to try and find additional childcare options. There was a report that was done, I believe, a year or two ago that came out with some recommendations that we are short here, all across Nevada, but certainly in southern Nevada, childcare facilities. And there was an effort to try and figure out ways to find essentially decentralized or neighborhood options for that childcare. As far as the group home context, there was a representation that there was a distance separation for group homes. This is not the type of group home that has such a distance separation, but they do have some rules. You're allowed to have up to 6 children on this particular lot without having the special use permit. What has triggered the special use permit here is the request to go above 6 children up to 12, and that requires the hearing that's in front of you today. I did double check. There was a representation about code enforcement violations. I'm not aware, and it's not in the file, that this came before you as a result of a code enforcement violation. Although if new ones were submitted in the last day or two, I don't have that in front of me.
Thank you. And I know Councilwoman Bruin's on the phone. I was just going to say that my first memories were childcare facilities just like this one, and so I'm supportive of it.
Ms. Armstrong, did you care to make a comment?
I actually had a question. I think, Seth, you've answered it, that there is no distance separation rule here. Okay. And just for clarity, you want to take your use from 6 to 12?
I'm actually, oh, go ahead. That was
Yeah.
I am actually currently licensed for 12.
Are you trying to go past 12?
I'm trying to just keep it at 12 is all I'm trying to do.
So you have a state license, but you don't have all of the local land use stuff in place?
Just a special use permit is all I need now.
Okay, that's not a just. Land use is a serious thing. Okay.
Understand.
I have a question for you, ma'am, with the CARE organization. You said that you all have how many of these already underway within this, around the city of Las Vegas specifically?
In the city of Las Vegas specifically, we own 5 properties.
Okay, so you're not new to this. Okay, so you understand that even notwithstanding a state license, that you have to go through this process with the city.
We do understand that now. When we began the program, we did not understand that. We didn't learn it along the way, and when we realized it, we began applying, and we started with the applications to the city.
Okay, are you starting with the application to the city before you buy a place or after you buy a place and set people up in it? Because I think this is where the conflict is, because this is the second one that we've had since I've been here. We had one in Ward 1, if I'm not mistaken, over off of Oakley, Alta area in an older home, and then at the same time we approved that one, but then we have this one, and this one was obeyed. I'm not going to belabor this, but I'll say this. I've got kids, 3 kids, boys. They were loud and rambunctious, and I think it's important that we have a place for children to play and get good care. But I also think that there is a bit of disingenuousness here. And when I say that, it is that You all are a sophisticated organization. Children's Cabinet is sophisticated. I remember them from when I was in the legislature. People know that there are processes, and you place a city in a really, really bad situation when you set somebody up with something, you're providing them an opportunity for home ownership. I'm all for that. I remember you from before. But when we have this conflict of land use because you all go to the state and get a license first and you start all this stuff and then, oh, shoot, we got to come to the city. And then we're in a situation where we look like devils if we say no to something like this because we have rules for land use. It's a small lot. There is not a lot of room in the backyard. If it's probably a standard R1, there's maybe 15, if you're lucky, 20 feet between the back of the house and the wall. And I have kids, and I know what I enjoy the noise of children, but I had 3, not 12. And I think that's different. And I think that as much as there is this desire to diversify and spread childcare out in the community so that people can have access to it, we're also got to take into an account that people bought a home for a home, and they expected it to be that and not necessarily a business behind them. I had home-based care. I was lucky. But after that, my kids went to a place where it was licensed in a commercial place. And so that it was expected, it was licensed before. It just puts us in a really bad spot. I mean, I'm a parent, I'm a grandmother. I understand what you're going through. It just puts us in a really, really bad spot. Whether we support what we know our community needs, like the people that were before you, right, who want to do the right thing, but when we don't work collaboratively, the state holding your license before you get land use, I think would be the best thing, right? Because then we wouldn't have these conflicts. And it just places us in a really, really tough spot. Last question. You said you have 5 of these. How many of these have been converted to home ownership for the people who are actually conducting the child care?
None yet, because we have a requirement with our structure that at least 2 years of successful tenancy elapse. Additionally, we bought the house and then invested the state grant funds on top of it, and so we're most likely to sell a house after its value exceeds the cash that we put into the home. And so far, they're sort of approaching that boundary right now with home values in Las Vegas, and we're looking forward to several of our tenants purchasing the homes from us in the next year or 2.
So you don't have anyone in your program that's gotten past 2 years of tenancy or gotten to the level where the home value exceeds your investment?
Right. About half of the tenants have exceeded the 2 years, but none of the properties have, none of the values of the properties have exceeded that threshold yet.
Which is another problem, right? You invest $100,000 into a house that you buy for $250 or $300, and then that's feeding into our inability for regular people to buy homes, right? Because you're a program that is purchasing a house and investing in it. It's not regular people, so then it just feeds into, well, anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
And Ms. Bruni, would you care to comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. And my remarks will probably run a little bit long just because it's hard for me to interrupt once the questions keep coming. So if you'll indulge me just a few more minutes. So I think you have heard this morning, there's clearly a lot of emotion around this particular project and application. And I will share, after spending many hours with the neighbors, some of whom showed up today, thank you, Kyle and Patty, as well as the applicant and Shannon, owner of Minion Ranch. To be quite honest, I'm really struggling with this application myself. I do want to put a couple of things on the record because in the petition and ongoing email that we have received in our office, there's still some misinformation about some of the facts. So I know Mr. Floyd actually restated one of them, but I just, again, want to reiterate that per City Code, Minion Ranch Child Care currently has the legal right to care for up to 6 kids in its center. So even if we were to vote to deny the application before us today, Minion Ranch Child Care will still be allowed to legally operate and care for 6 kids at the center, and they could operate 24/7 should they want to. And then the other thing I do want to clarify, I mean, Laura mentioned it, but we've received a lot of inquiries, and I think this may be driving some of the opposition, is that this property was not bought by a corporate investor from California. It is a social impact investment fund, and it's one of those rare public-private partnerships that really is trying to help Nevada solve one of our most pressing regional problems, which is accessible childcare. And I will say that Shannon in particular does provide care for a number of our kiddos that need special care, so I'm grateful for that. It is clear, just in talking to Shannon, and also Mr. Floyd had reaffirmed that she's operated this business as far as she knew in compliance with state law, and during this time, as Mr. Floyd mentioned, there haven't been any complaints of record to the city or code enforcement issues or any issues with the state licensing authority. So she's here because she does remain on the path of compliance. And the support of some of the neighbors expressed in response cards and testimonials confirms the view that she is operating in compliance and providing a much needed service. That being said, I've also heard from, and I'm very sympathetic to the concerns of our community members, including Kyle and Patty, who showed up today, as well as many of the members who took the time to submit comment cards. And I will share that the neighborhood is the site of several group homes, as Patty mentioned, and has experienced some bad actors of late in some of the rental properties. And so I do feel as though this community of homeowners who've lived in their homes for many years feel as though no one cares or is listening to their concerns. So I want them to know that their concerns have been heard, they have not been shared in vain, and we are weighing them heavily on any decision we make here today, which is one of the reasons why I think so many of us are struggling with this particular issue. I do have, as my colleague, Councilman Summers Armstrong mentioned, this is fundamentally a land use issue, and this application has revealed a disconnect between the state and local jurisdictions. So one of my concerns does have to deal with what I see as a regulatory oversight gap. And so I do want to hear from Laura. I'm glad that you showed up today, Laura. I would like to have you share how you intend to address some of the concerns that have been expressed here today about toys going into the other yards or the noise. And I know this is not sort of standard, but one of my concerns is it does feel like an absent landlord situation, or sort of a lack of clarity around lines of authority. So I know things are, since our last public meeting, Shannon has taken measures to meet with the neighbors. We've worked on the parking, which everyone has shared has been improved. But what happens if things go south, right? Who does our office call? Who do neighbors call? Do they call, because Care Access is the applicant. So do we call you, and you are based somewhere else, not here in Nevada? Do we call the state? Do we call Shannon? You actually shared, and Shannon has shared in conversations that you're mentoring her, that she herself is working on communication. So who's our point person when we do have an issue? And that's one of my biggest concerns should this move forward, is I don't feel like we have a clear line of authority to reach out to someone who can help us should there be a concern. So again, I don't know how this is going to play out, but I do have some conditions should this move forward that I would like to see whether you would be amenable to. One is that the hours of operation would be limited from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. I know, as I shared, you have the right to operate 24/7, but I would like to impose that condition or ask if you would accept that condition. I would also like to ask that we have a 6-month and 12-month public hearing / administrative review. And I would also like to ask that quarterly meetings be set up between Care Access, the state representative, and our city, my office, for the next year, just so that we do have clear lines of authority should we have some challenges that need to be addressed. So with that, I will stop and see if there are any questions and also allow you to respond.
All those conditions are okay. All of those conditions are welcome, actually, perfectly acceptable and welcome. I think that's a really terrific approach. In terms of who to call when there are questions and concerns, I'm thinking about that. So we do have a local property manager, and we have partners here on the ground who are right by our side in this project. But there are most child cares that are operating in homes across your city who are renting have landlords who aren't related, who don't have a commitment to the child care operating in the home. And so in those instances, what's supposed to happen, the way the system should work, and I hope that Nevada and the city of Las Vegas and local jurisdictions will get to this more functional place, is that when there's a concern that it should go to child care licensing. And it should be that child care licensing can intervene on behalf of local jurisdictions or neighbors who have concerns with the child care operating in a way that isn't compliant with state licensing rules, which are quite extensive and strict. So that would be the more general answer. It happens that in this case, we're really committed to these houses being good neighbors, and I would welcome outreach anytime, and absolutely invited, and will be very responsive, interested, and will be great problem solvers alongside of you.
And would you clarify that answer? Who's in charge? So if there's a problem, who does the city get a hold of, the neighbors get a hold of, the parents of the children get a hold of?
What's that? Yeah, I think child care licensing is the most general answer. It happens that in the case of Care Nevada houses, you have this very interested landlord who's also willing to have conversations. But if the issues concern how the child care business is operating, then child care licensing would absolutely need to be part of the conversation as well.
Thank you very much.
So, Laura?
Yes.
Sorry, Mayor. Laura, can you please share the child care licensing person that you are in touch with so that we all have the same person's contact information, please? Because sometimes the state can be a black hole.
Yes, so we have communication with Letitia James, who is the head of the child care licensing unit, so that's who we talk to. There are licensing surveyors who are local here in Southern Nevada, but I would think that with issues that the outreach would go directly to the state, and then they would assign their local surveyors to come visit the property.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kelly, before I call on you for some short questions, can staff go over the conditions, including the one that Ms. Bruni just added, so we know exactly what's going on here?
Yeah, yes, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record, and I have one question on one of them. The first one to be added is an administrative review shall be conducted at 6 months and 12 months from the date of final approval. But Councilwoman, you mentioned a public hearing and an administrative review. Did you have a preference on whether that would be administrative or heard at council?
I would like it to be a public hearing, and maybe it could be just planning commission, if that makes sense. I don't want to burden our time, so maybe planning commission makes sense. I would like it to be more than an administrative review, which is done internally with our planning team.
Okay, so then with that, then the condition would read, a public hearing before the Planning Commission shall be conducted at 6 months and 12 months from the date of final approval. That's condition, the first added condition. The second added condition would be that the hours of operation for the use shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily.
Monday through Friday.
Sorry, okay, so the hours of operation for the use shall be limited to 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Are those the only conditions?
Those are the only additional conditions. The five that I read in earlier are already in your backup. They were added at Planning Commission, so they're already in there.
And you have agreed to all the conditions?
Well,
Yes.
Ms. Bruno?
sorry, there was one additional one. I don't know whether it needs to be public, but I would like a quarterly meeting with Care Access Team, our state licensing representative, and the Ward 6 office.
Yeah, so Mayor Seth Floyd, for the record, that's not really something we can enforce as staff. So I think what that can be is direction to the applicant to work with the council office to get those quarterly meetings scheduled. That would be my preference on that one.
Okay,
Thank you.
Ms. Bruni, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with those conditions.
All right. Ms. Kelly?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of clarifications. I have no experience with childcare other than my own, so we talk about issues to state licensing, but a lot of the issues we heard or I've read about, positive, we did get cards of support as well, but we're more of a nuisance or a neighborly basis, which would be something that you would normally complain to the city about or whatever jurisdiction you are in. Does the state in the child care regulations talk about what your neighbors think? I mean, I wouldn't think it does, is my point. And so
In some states, it does, and so there's a button on the licensing website that says report a violation, and so complaints from neighbors I would result in attention from the licensing agency. You're asking a good question that I actually don't know the answer to.
Well, I think, it's less important if you know the nuance than I think the point I'm trying to make, which I'm not doing well. And that is, I have spoken to the councilwoman about this in prior and heard how much due diligence she has done herself to hear from the neighbors, to talk to you or the owner manager, to try to get to a solution. And what I continue to hear from her is a desire of oversight, a desire of offering an opportunity for the public, and her public in the neighborhood, or to be able to participate still. And so what I'm not loving is an idea that if there's a problem, go to the state, because what we're dealing with today is a city licensing issue. And I hear the representative of that ward saying very clearly that she wants to know how it's going. And I certainly don't want to put words in the councilwoman's mouth, but and maybe Mr. Floyd could clarify for me, but the point isn't to, what I hear from Councilwoman Brune isn't to defer everything now to the state. I hear her saying, this is important to me, my constituents are important to me, this topic is important to me. So that's, I think, the rest of my statement. Thank you, Mr. Floyd.
Councilwoman Seth Floyd, for the record, so maybe the easiest way to think about this is
Your call has exceeded the maximum permitted duration. You will be disconnected now. Goodbye.
Oh, dear. Goodbye. Well, I think it's time to move this along. Ms. Diaz, wait, are you responding? Okay.
I can stop, Mayor, but I did
You
have a
know
quick-
what? Do not stop.
Okay.
Please continue.
All right, what I was going to say is typically when we have facilities, and we have a few different types in the city that get both a state license and have some sort of local review like this one.
Welcome.
The
Your
state,
conference will begin shortly. Please enter your PIN number followed by the pound sign.
okay,
Continue, Seth.
the state will ordinarily be responsible for the operations, and that may include some property-related review, but our nuisance code, so our property maintenance and nuisance code that our code enforcement would review is still in place. So for example, if there was a complaint about noise or the condition of the property, landscaping, a variety of things that fall under that purview, it's Title IX of our code, then we would still have the ability to enforce those types of things. What we would not do is examine the operational components of what they're doing, because that would be covered by the state.
I understand. Thank you.
Ms. Diaz, you've been very patient. May I ask you to keep your inquiry brief?
Actually,
You could ask.
I don't have any questions. I was just going to speak my piece on the item, and hopefully by the time we get to that point, Councilwoman Bruni is back online. You know, I understand the frustration of my colleagues up here because I've been living a lot of them when the state blesses licenses and does not tell the applicants, you must inquire with your local municipality and your local electeds to see if this is going to be a good fit. We're working through that, I think, as a region. And so we're talking about the state sometimes is trying to move the needle faster in areas, and we are not included in that conversation, yet we're put in the uncomfortable position of having to mediate these situations because we are the most direct contact for our neighbors. And when things are impacting our neighborhoods, the state isn't going to hear about it. Assembly members can maybe hear about it, but they have no say. It's the local jurisdictions that deal with the aftermath. And I think that we've been so frustrated because we have then too many, like for example, I wish we would have spoken about the prior agenda item that was about vets. That vote was not voting against our veteran community. That vote was because there's oversaturation of services in a ward, and the state keeps blessing licenses to do more halfway houses, to do more rehab care centers, to do more elderly care, but that community already has its fill. So that's why it's so helpful for the state, hopefully they're listening, to say to the applicant, before they even bless your license, have you talked to your local folks? Because that way we avoid all of this cluster, we avoid all of this drama, we avoid all of it. So that to be said, the use isn't going away. So even today, if we were to put up a motion to deny, the children are not going away. The only thing that's going to happen is there's going to be heartbreak in the families that you're going to have to let go and say, I can only take up to 6 kids. But the actual service is not going to cease. So in my heart, I'm going to hope, and my expectation is that you as the child care provider, because respect breeds respect, right? Mm-hmm. And even in my own household, when my father worked really crazy hours, he would be gone all evening, come back home at 2 a.m. Even in my household, I needed to be quiet for my own father to get his sleep. So my hope and my expectation of you all is that you will also share with the children about why they need to be respectful. You know, I know they're kids and they get excited. And yes, they're gonna laugh and they're gonna scream and they're gonna play. But let's make sure that we are telling them to be mindful of our volume and what is appropriate, what's inappropriate, that type, throwing things over, that is not okay. And so I wanna be crystal clear that if we are giving you an opportunity to continue to offer a service that is so needed, I mean, this is a drop in the bucket. We're not even going to solve for the child care woes in our city. But I do see the great intent behind this program of trying to solve for housing and trying to solve for childcare all in one. And it's supposed to be a win-win, because then we have an invested community member who owns that home, who's going to be as invested as the rest of her neighbors, because you want everyone to be living their best life, because our homes are our sanctuaries. And so with that, I am going to move to approve agenda item 41 with all of the stated conditions. And do we need to get them to agree? Have they already agreed, or is there something else I'm missing?
I think they have agreed, Councilwoman, and also, just so to be clear, the added two conditions are on the special use permit, because there's two applications here, a special use permit and the variance, so it's on the special use permit.
That's why I have you. To
Which
make
is
sure that we
41B.
get it right, and that all of what Councilwoman Bruni articulated is also captured. I do not want to lose sight of anything that is important to her. And so with that, I'm going to move agenda items 41A and B with all of the stated conditions to the appropriate A and B.
Yeah, 41B has the added conditions.
41B, okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the motion. Please vote.
Aye.
We're not getting, I don't have any circles.
She doesn't have a screen.
Answer,
So
I'm a
oral?
yes. Post? Okay, motion is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we ought to take a 5-minute break. We've been sitting since 8:30 this morning. 5-minute break. We'll be back immediately thereafter to continue and conclude our meeting. One, variance applicant owner Medina Trust for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow an existing patio cover carport to encroach into the front yard setback area where such is not allowed, and to allow two existing residential accessory structures, shed 1 and shed 2, to not conform to Title 19.06 for aesthetic compatibility on 0.16 acres at 111 Silver Lake Drive, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Welcome, and would you state your name and tell us about your project?
Good afternoon, Roy Medina.
Would you tell us about the project?
So I'm a little confused. I'm sorry, I'm new to this. This is actually my parents' home. We were here last hearing for the carport. I believe it got approved. And now the 2 sheds in the back were bought up. So I'm kind of...
Mr. City Attorney, can you give us some guidance?
I would move on to the next item and have this gentleman speak with staff to figure out what's going on with this item.
All right, is that all right with you?
That's fine.
Madam Mayor, if I may, Peter Lowenstein for the record. So this item went to Planning Commission, had a recommendation for approval. The entire variance application included the carport and the sheds. I believe there was some past condition of approval that the sheds were relocated so that they weren't part of the variance anymore, but they were to be painted to match the existing house, so they had the aesthetic compatibility. So the only remaining portion is the carport, and that is the point of the discussion of this agenda item at the moment.
Okay, so I think our applicant is a little confused. What exactly is he speaking on today?
So as the agenda read into the record, it's the existing patio cover that encroaches into the front yard setback area where such is not allowed. And then the other sheds have been addressed at the previous Planning Commission condition of approval. So right now we're discussing the front yard setback that the carport is encroaching into.
Okay, and the carport already, welcome.
So if I could, Mayor,
Okay.
Since you're new to the process, once it goes through Planning Commission, the items come before the council for another blessing, and that's why you're in round 2, if that makes sense. But this is for the carport.
So is that a good thing? Because last time I think, last time we were here, they said it was,
Yes,
they voted and then they want us to paint the sheds 1 and 2, which I agreed on.
correct. So that was approved by the Planning Commission, but then now it's the second round and bite at the apple, and you need to have approval from the council member, and you're in Councilwoman Summers Armstrong's ward, so.
Okay.
Okay.
So apparently your parents' carport is encroaching on property that it should not be on? Is that what we're discussing?
So the carport has a front yard setback requirement. This one exceeds that requirement and is encroaching into that front yard area.
By how much?
1 second, I'll get that for you. So the setback requirement is 20 feet, and the carport is at 11 feet.
11 feet, okay. Ms. Summers Armstrong, do you have an opinion on this issue?
Well, before I start running my mouth, I'd like to know if you have anything, if my constituent has anything else to add.
I mean, I just want to say, like I said last time, my father did this for my mom because she's disabled. He didn't plan on doing it with no bad intentions. It's to keep the shade for her to walk. She has really bad arthritis, so this was done for good intentions from my mother. You know, she doesn't walk much far, so that's her little hangout spot.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. If I may ask, have the sheds been painted?
No, and I said last time I will paint them if you guys want us to paint them.
Okay, so that was part of your condition, so the sheds need to get painted.
I will do that.
Okay. So I am inclined to approve, but I want a 90-day review. I want the sheds painted. And so they're not encroaching on the rear setback at this point. Is that correct, or have they been moved?
That is correct. They are meeting the required setbacks. It was the aesthetic compatibility. So I would say versus a condition, it would be direction that, as this probably was part of a code enforcement issue, that we have code enforcement review it and within 60 days that it be painted, the sheds.
That's fine. That would be my motion, ma'am.
Would you repeat your motion?
My motion would be for approval with a review in, you said I can't do a review, it has to be code enforcement?
No, you can place a review. We can do it as an administrative or administrative review within 60 days to assess if the accessory structures have been painted.
Okay. What happens if he doesn't comply?
That would be in violation of the condition, and then it would be a code enforcement thing up until the point in which they're painted. If not, it can go into civil fines and all the way back to another application to seek relief from it.
Okay. We don't want it to do that, okay? We just want you to paint the sheds.
Okay, y'all paint them in 2 weeks, and then do I send pictures back, or how does that work?
You can do that. That would be fine. Or you can make an appointment, and our code enforcement guys will go out and just, hey, how you doing? Get some water. How you doing? And it's all good.
Do I got to come back here for this, or?
You don't have to come back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so, all right, so let me make sure that I know what's going on. The two sheds you're going to paint, and is there a time constraint? 90 days, so you have to paint the two sheds within 90 days, and I think the primary question right now is the non-conforming carport, which you have built in order to protect your mother from the elements.
Right.
And I think, but make sure that you paint those sheds, because we're taking you on your word for that.
I will. I'll keep my word.
Okay, there is a motion on the table. Please vote.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 43, 26-0053 on the following land use entitlement project request on 1.02 acres generally bounded by Sahara Avenue, Santa Rita Drive, and Santa Paula Drive, 43A, 26-0053-GPA1 from low-density residential to TOC2, transit-oriented corridor low, 43B, 26-0053-ZON1 from R1 single-family residential, PR professional office and parking, and C1 limited commercial to C2 general commercial, 43C, 26-0053-VAR1 to allow 14 parking spaces where 29 are required, 43D, 26-0053-VAR2 to allow a proposed commercial building that does not conform to Title 19.08 development standards for setbacks and residential adjacency setbacks, 43E, 26-0053-SDR1 for a proposed three-story, 37,000 square foot commercial development with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant is Jean-Pierre Perron, and the owner is Jewelry and Minerals of Las Vegas et al. The Planning Commission represents approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends approval on 26-0053-ZPA1. Staff recommends denial on 26-0053 ZON1, VAR1, VAR2, and SDR1. These are in Ward 3. Ms. Diaz at our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, my name is David Strait, 1223 Heather Oaks Way, North Las Vegas, and this is Christopher Eccles, and we're here representing Jean-Pierre Perron.
And
He
would you
owns
mind telling us about your project?
Started last year, the buildings were cited with some violations that had to do with zoning and building, and we were ordered to get permits to cover things that were there for
Yeah.
maybe 60 years. And it turned out to be impossible, so we came back with a proposal to redevelop the land, and basically his business occupies 7 of 8 parcels that he owns that are contiguous. One of them is still a house, but the rest are pretty much occupied by this 40-year-old business. Our proposal was to develop this and redevelop it in phases, and basically clear the western half of the western side of the 8 parcels, and build a building in phase 1 that would be large enough to move his present business into it on a temporary basis until he can clear and redevelop the other half. Now, that way he can stay open without interrupting his business for more than just moving. The redevelopment plan the design was adjusted at the Planning Commission level. Commissioner Schleiman gave us some input, some things that he wanted us to do to improve the appearance for the transit-oriented corridor visibility. And what we think we've done is we've come up with a good example of what the redevelopment of the zone across Sahara should look like. And that is my description.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The overall proposed development represents a redevelopment attempt of an otherwise underutilized segment of Sahara Avenue, which has been identified as an appropriate corridor for redevelopment and transit-oriented development. While the proposed buildings are generally oriented towards the major street frontages with parking facilities screened from Sahara Avenue, the proposed development requires multiple variances, waivers, and exceptions of Title 19 requirements that indicate the proposed commercial development is overdeveloping the site. Staff recommends approval of the general plan amendment from the low-density residential to transit-oriented corridor low. However, due to the requested variance, waivers, and exceptions, staff recommends denial of the requested rezoning variance and site development plan review. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Ms. Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This landed because of not having appropriate zoning designation for some of the parcels. It kind of is hodgepodged right now. It's amazing, though. Like, if anybody has never been in there, you're going to be amazed at what they all have. When you go in there, it's very, very just incredible how much different minerals and different things they have, whether it's for the exterior of your home or the interior decorating of your home. They've been in our community 46 years. They've grown their operation to this scale. You know, sometimes it's easier to say find another location, but they've kind of grown here. And so I just don't find it right to say, no, I'm not going to let you reinvent yourself in the space that you've been in for almost 50 years. So I always trust what Trinity advises applicants before they come to me, because he definitely has a pulse for development and what sound development looks like, especially contiguous or residential properties. So I'm confident. Now, I do have a question pending approval and support from my colleagues. Can you give us a timeline as to how quickly we'll see you all move in ensuring that these improvements and the new buildings are built?
Phase 1 will process immediately as soon as we can. We still have to do the remapping of the 8 parcels, and there'll be some time lag in that, but we expect that we'll have our permit for the first building, which is the largest of the buildings, within the time frame, maybe maybe a year to 18 months to get construction started. We've already been looking looking for ways to do that. We also have some conditions that we have to meet that may be delayed by NV Energy or by the public utilities, or, but all I can say is we'll go as fast as we can with the first 3-story building. And then the second phase was to build the warehouse, which is on the north side. That'll be kind of an in-house operation. It won't be public. And I don't really have a guess on how soon phase 2 will happen, but we want to complete phase 1 within 2.5 years.
Okay, thank you very much. Make sure you reach back out to us to go to the groundbreaking. All right, with that, I'm going to move to approve agenda items 43A, B, C, D, and E. Are there any conditions that need to be adopted? No, Mr. Lowenstein? Okay, that is my motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Please vote.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 44 through 44B. 26-0056 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.80 acres at 3230 and 3232 North Durango Drive, limited commercial zone. 44A, 26-0056-VAR1 to allow 118 parking spaces where 146 are required. 44B, 26-0056-SDR1 for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review Z-0007-94-8 for a proposed one-story, 118-square-foot building expansion for a proposed restaurant with a drive-through with outdoor seating areas and a parking lot reconfiguration. The applicant owner is SLC LLC and WIC LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 4, Ms. Alan Polensky. Their public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Mayor
Welcome.
and Council.
Would you mind stating your name and telling us about your project?
Certainly. My name is Ken Small. I'm with SSA Architecture here representing the owner. The project is basically to take a small portion of an existing building. This is an auto shop right now. The auto shop owner will be operating the auto shop, and if we're fortunate enough to get approved, the coffee shop, and also owns the property to the left here, or to the west. They are currently operating the auto shop, and the community need for the services that the auto shop was able to offer is not sufficient to keep the auto shop completely busy. And so at some point in time, food trucks started coming there, and the auto shop owner built some picnic benches and some artificial turf so that people could sit there and eat, which of course they needed a permit to do, so they stopped. But that proved the viability of this use for a cafe there. And then they hired us in October to begin the process of trying to work through whatever issues there are to get approval here. And we're not changing the exterior of the building at all. It is in the footprint that it is in. There's an erroneous mention of a drive-through, but actually that was removed more than a month ago, and staff has.
So there is no drive-through?
There is no drive-through.
Okay.
And it is not shown on the drawings that you have either. And so the main issue here is that because of the picnic benches having been built, the landscape has been redesigned to accommodate what trees had originally been approved around the picnic benches that are there, and that because the requirement for parking is greater for the cafe with the picnic benches than the auto shop would have had, we're asking for a waiver on the parking. I'll stop right there and see if there are any questions.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Peter Lowenstein, for the record. The request is for a proposed restaurant with an existing suite and approval of an existing outdoor seating area. The applicant has submitted revised plans May 11th that illustrated the replacement of the required parking perimeter and parking lot landscaping that had been previously removed without approval and replaced with outdoor seating area for the mobile food vending. Additionally, the revised plan reduced the parking variance request from 118 to 127 provided spaces where 144 are required. This request, if approved, will allow the outdoor seating to remain as it currently exists, as well as require the installation of trees and landscaping as was previously required by the original site development plan review for the site. However, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created self-imposed hardship for the removing of required landscaping and parking and then proposing the land use with a more intense parking requirement facilitating the need for the parking variance. Staff therefore recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? And Ms. Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for one point of clarity, your client did a lot. Not, you just say they threw up some picnic tables. It looks to me at least like 50,000 plus of investment in landscaping, in beautification. It does look good. I'm not complaining about its appearance. I'm complaining it didn't have a permit.
I understand.
There's a ginormous distinction. Does your
Yeah.
client now know that he's not allowed to do whatever the hell he wants?
Yes, and actually the client has been doing what they think is a credit to the community and making the building more beautiful. It's just that they bought this building where it stood as it was, and they're completely uninitiated in any of the processes prior to our involvement back in October. So right now they've committed to this, and I want to thank you for your time and discussing this with us earlier. But when I talked to them about installing the trees around the picnic benches as a suggestion, like were they interested, they were excited about it. And so I think you have a good member of the community here, and they've been a employer in the area under the auto shop, and they do understand that they have to comply with the rules.
Ms. Polensky, if people didn't do what they wanted to do, we would be out of business.
Good point, Madam Mayor, good point.
I like my job.
I'm not going to belabor the point, but if you could just make sure your client knows in the future any other significant alterations need to come to us. And I don't have a problem. It does look beautiful. Let's move forward. Madam Mayor, I move to approve item number 44A and B.
All right,
Thanks.
thank you so much. Please vote. Post?
Aye.
Post? Motion carries. Oh,
Thank you all.
thank you so much. Agenda item 45. 26-0061-SDR1, Site Development Plan Review, applicant owner Henry Dennis Thorns for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 5-story, 11-unit multifamily residential development with waivers of Title 19.09 Form-Based Code Development Standards on 0.16 acres at 508 Van Buren Avenue, T4-N, T4 Neighborhood Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public, hello. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. I'm assuming the applicant is present.
The applicant is present.
Would you state
Yes,
your name
my
and
name's-
tell us about your project?
My name is Andrew Nasrallah. I'm here with Kamaili Makua on behalf of KME Architects, representing the client, Henry Thorns. This project is really exciting for us in the west side. We're really enthused about the way that it's going to look and the way that it's going to create a more walkable neighborhood. And when we showed up this morning at the redevelopment project on Jackson Avenue, we got even more excited. So we're looking forward to answering any questions that you may have, and we're thankful to staff and the Planning Commission's
Thank you so much.
recommendation.
May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The proposed development would introduce additional housing stock in the historic West Side District and would provide much-needed subsidized affordable housing within a mixed income project that includes 8 market-rate units and 2 subsidized units. Further, the proposed units are 2- and 3-bedroom units, and these family-friendly housing units are identified by the 100 Plan as a meeting a particular critical need in the area. The proposed development meets all the required development standards except for the requested parking waiver, which is a request to allow 8 parking stalls where 10 are required. As such, staff recommends approval of the requested site development plan review. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I just want to say thank you all for coming down today. I wanted this to be really out in the open so that the public can see what is happening. This morning's presentation and the digital twin, I think it would be wonderful to get this onto the digital twin so that we can start showing people what community-based development looks like, how we can have different types of housing in our community. Thank you for agreeing and working with our staff to get 2 affordable units. We need family units, and this is really important. And it just looks good, and it is respectful to the existing community. And with that, Madam Mayor, I would recommend approval.
Thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you so much. Agenda item 47, 26-0094- on the following land use entitlement project requests on 1.43 acres at 7180 Cascade Valley Court, Suite 280, C-PB, Planned Business Park Zone, 47A, 26-0094-VAR1, to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 1 is required on a parking impaired site, 47B, 26-0094-SUP1, for a proposed general retail store other than listed pharmacy. The applicant is Cardam Panjabi, and the owner is Cascade Valley Medical Holdings, LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. They're public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Would you please state your name and tell us about your project?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kardam Punjabi, and this is going to be a pharmacy on the 2nd floor, and it's going to be a retail, but it's going to be more about specialty side. So our business is going to be pretty much 100% delivery on the basis of delivery. So we won't have much requirement for the space, and even if we schedule pickup, it's going to be a scheduled one, not like the other doctor offices around, which will need patients to stay for hours. Our will be scheduled. So it's going to be like maximum 5-minute wait. So we're not going to stop the traffic. In addition, the pharmacy visit are typically less than the restaurant, less than the doctor office visit, or any other retail business. So it's going to be a quick turnaround. And our main concern will be the patient, because we want to help the senior citizen who cannot drive, who has any problem regarding transportation challenges, and patients who are unable to drive there. So we have those kind of patients who have chronic condition. Our goal is to provide accessible healthcare service to the community with maintaining minimum impact on the surrounding traffic, and we are committed to being a responsible healthcare provider and for our neighbor. So I hope, thanks for the consideration, and if you guys have any questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time.
May I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created self-imposed hardship by proposing a use with a greater parking requirement than the site can accommodate. As such, the applicant's hardship is deemed preferential in nature, and staff has recommended denial of the request. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks for taking the time to chat with me the other day. And just so I can put it in my own words, this is a pharmacy business, but it's intended for delivery. And so there isn't
Yes.
customers coming to your business. It's just deliveries in and out of product that you will then deliver.
So that's the main reason we are trying to help patients who cannot drive, and especially in the traffic. So I would say 99, more than that, depending. Sometimes patients want to pick it up. They're like, no, I want to come out of my house. This is when we schedule the pickup. We don't tell, they don't just randomly walk in. We tell them this is the time you're going to come. So the time in and out, turnaround will be less than 5 minutes. So you come, pick it up, and you leave. And the rest is all delivery. So we have delivery guys who deliver, or we work with the delivery companies. So it depends, you know. And we give out, they come, pick it up, and they distribute all over Las Vegas area.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
I don't have any other questions or concerns. With that, Madam Mayor, I'd move to approve item number 47A and B.
Please vote. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you,
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too. Agenda item 48, 26-0105 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.51 acres at 1701 South Decatur Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. 48A, 26-0105-VAR1 to allow a proposed 50-foot tall off-premise sign where 40 feet is the maximum allowed. 48B, 26-0105-SUP1 for a proposed 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign not qualifying as a city communication sign with use with digital LED electronic message illumination. The applicant is Lazaru Real Estate LLC. Planning Commission recommends denial on 26-0105-VAR1. The Planning Commission recommends approval on 26-0105-SUP1. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. They're public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present, and would you state your name and tell us about your project?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council members. Marissa Furman, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant property owner. We are on the southeast corner of Decatur and Oakey. The property owner owns the building and the billboard on site. They've operated for quite some time. The existing billboard is situated the southeast portion of the site here. So we have Decatur, Oakey. You can see on the site plan that this is where the subject billboard is. Before you today are two components of this application. First being our request for a special use permit for an off-premise sign. The purpose of this request is to convert the existing sign to an LED display. This is an effort to modernize and revitalize this sign for this area. In order to do that, the sign has to be relocated. And I'll show you here the side-by-side. It is currently existing here just south of this trash enclosure. In order for this conversion to happen, it needs to be relocated 10 feet to the north, as you can see in this proposed location here. The purpose of that is because of the existing footing and engineering of the current sign will not be sufficient for the LED display. It simply can't handle the weight. If they were to do that, they'd have to go in and dig up the concrete and spend a ton of money, and it would be very difficult. So they were proposing to move this sign 10 feet to the north. Secondly, we have a variance for height. The height of the billboard is currently 40 feet. We're requesting a variance to increase that height to 50 feet. The purpose of that is with moving that sign 10 feet to the north, and I excuse this Google Earth view here, this is where the existing footing will be and pipe, and the new sign will be in this location. And you can kind of see here there's mechanical equipment, air conditioning units on top of the building. So that extra 10 feet will help mitigate that distance between the sign's new location and that equipment. So the applicant has maintained this billboard for quite some time. They intend to do so. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the existing approved billboard on the site has existed at a height of 40 feet for 30 years and will be removed and replaced with a new double-sided LED billboard, the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship of making a preferential request to increase the height of the billboard. Therefore, staff cannot support the applications and recommends denial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearings. Are there any questions or comments from council? Then is there a motion, Councilman Knutson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the presentation and the time you took earlier this week. The question was, is there residential? This is a pretty commercial area, and while my planning commissioner hates billboards, I don't mind them, so it's my prerogative, and I move to approve.
Please vote.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 49, 26-0107 of the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.55 acres at 2101 South Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. 49A, 26-0107-VAR1 to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required. 49B, 26-0107-VAR2 to allow 26 parking spaces where 35 are required. 49C, 26-0107-SDR1. Excuse me. Would you finish that, Mayor Pro Tem?
VAR1 to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required. 49B, 26-0107 VAR2 variance to allow 26 parking spaces where 35 are required. And 49C, 26-0107 SDR1 site development plan review for a major amendment to approved plot plan review Z0016-88 for the proposed addition of a one-story, 6,000 square foot building to an existing building maintenance, service, and sales development with a waiver of Title 19.08 development standards for building facade. And I see the applicant is here. Please make your presentation.
Afternoon. Daniel Downey, architect. I'm representing the owner. A quick synopsis. I spoke to Mr. Knutson last week, but this is about taking a rear open storage yard and putting a building in there to improve the security as well as maintain the product that he sells. He sells carpets. He sells them to everybody. And he buys the carpet and he installs the carpet in the carpet. And this is, if you know anything about buying carpets and stuff, sometimes you have to hold on to it. You have to buy it in the future to get it here on time, type of stuff. And so he has two things that he's pushing for to help protect his merchandise from the elements and also to protect it from the amount of vandalism and crime that's been compared. So basically it's going to be a 6,000 single-story metal building frame. I'm going to clad and make it look like the existing building out in front of it. That's already there, okay? And then the rest of it has to do with a lot of technical stuff dealing with the Rainbow Boulevard improvements that are being bid out to the contractors at this point. And so I will be having to make, besides complying with the recommendations, that if for some reason they cancel the project, staff has asked me in the Planning Commission to go ahead and do the drive cut improvements and any of the stuff along the front stuff that's actually on the property of NDOT. that's a state highway there, so that's their right of way. And so you're asking me to go ahead and bear the cost and get the permits to do that. And I don't think it's necessary because you wouldn't be this far along with the whole process if it was going to get canceled. It was a federal program. It had to do with ADA along both sides of it, and at the old curb cuts didn't allow for the amount of cross slope across the sidewalk, and that's what the main gist of the whole point of this improvement program is. They have their own set of guidelines about it, but other than that, I know the landscaping's in rough shape, and so I told the Planning Commission I'll be glad to go ahead and resubmit some new landscaping plans during the construction process and get everything in shape. I have some existing pictures and stuff here because the only thing that they were really worried about was the back end of the building and its proximity to the property next door. And so there was an existing buffer of trees planted there in '88, but it wasn't maintained and it wasn't totally taken care of. And I'm saying, okay, well, I'll do a better job of doing both of those things this time around on this. And so I have explained a lot of this stuff to the owner, and he's in total concurrence with me on all this stuff. But if you have some other questions, there's one other messy thing that I had to deal with walking into this. But this lot and the lot to the south has a cross easement parking agreement in place that's recorded. And I found the actual recorded comments dealing with that. We didn't have one with people to the north type of thing. And so what we find out is that everybody acts like it's one great big parking lot right now, both from up there and down here. I don't have 26 people or 36 people coming here to this facility. He's going to use the front building that's existing as a future, hopefully a future selling where he can show off his product for people that want to walk in. But 90% of his sales is all out in the deal, either to contractors or to owners or to companies. And so he orders it, brings it here to the facility, cut the pieces up to the size that he needs, loads it back on the truck and takes it out and installs it. So I don't have anywhere near the amount of parking demand that zoning and the code would require from me. So, but other than that, the rest of it's straightforward. He's already bought the building. I separated the two buildings just so I didn't infringe on the addition part and only doing half, addition only half the size of that front building. So that wouldn't do me any good. So I was able to shift the building out 6 feet and still keep it inside the existing setbacks that you have. And the one to the north is one is a piece of property that set right on top of the property line. And this other building was 8 inches away from it on the other side of the property line. And all I'm doing is saying, okay, I just want to move the building back far enough that I can actually get back in there and build a 4-hour wall there somehow. So that's probably more information than you probably wanted to hear, but that's
No, not at all.
I'm also going to sprinkle both of the buildings, and I will be going for permits to NDOT as well as Public Works, and I've already hired an engineer. We've already done a topo and boundary, and we're kind of waiting to see how this goes. So.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing a 6,000 square foot building that does not meet the required setbacks and parking. In view of the absence of any hardships imposed by the site's physical characteristics, it's concluded that the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature, and staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Would anyone else like to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Councilman Knutson, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your time the other day and for your presentation today.
No, thank
Just
you.
one request of Ms. Cortez, Rosa. If you could, and you don't have to do this right now, but if you could find out from the state what their plans are along Rainbow, because a lot of the work that they potentially could do there may impact this project, and I just want to be able to communicate with them so it may, so we don't have to do it twice. And that's all. If you could get me that, I'd appreciate it. And with that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to move to approve items 49A, B, and C.
I can give you, I can't email to you, at least that portion there of Rainbow that they did send over to me. I just got it yesterday. But it's clear enough to tell you kind of like what the scope is that they're looking at doing there. So.
There is a motion on the floor. Please vote.
Aye.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Agenda item 50. 26-0113-SUP1, special use permit, applicant Partners Auto Services LLC, owner Cardona and Cardona LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed motor vehicles parts sales, installation, and repair, motor vehicle repair major use at 1250 Northeastern Avenue, Suite 3, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Would you state your name and tell us about your project?
Okay, my name is Fermin Miranda. I represent Partners Auto Service. It's on 1250 Northeastern Avenue. The Planning Commission reviewed our application and vote 6-1 in favor of approval. The property owner, Cardona and Cardona, supports this request. Regarding the parking concern, those vehicles belong to the neighbor business. It's not ours, and they have already been recollected. We respectfully ask for the council to approve this permit consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. While the subject site is developed and utilized for motor vehicle part sales, installation, and repair uses, the proposed motor vehicle repair major use intensifies the services allowed to be performed on site. Staff finds the proposed use cannot be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding area, as evidenced by the need for the special use permit approval due to the site's proximity to the R1 single-family residential zone property. Also, during a field check of the subject site, staff observed multiple vehicles, some appearing to be disabled vehicles, parked on the eastern portion of the site. A code enforcement case was opened to ensure the property is in compliance with the on-site parking requirements. This case is still open, and with that, thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Ms. Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Miranda, for being here. I wish you would have scheduled a meeting prior to coming into council, because I do have some really grave concerns over allowing this SUP. It's very close to senior apartments. It's very adjacent. I wish that the the shop was flip-flopped with where the used auto car lot is, because you're so close to neighbors right on the other side of the fence. I saw a very packed lot on the side of where the, this mechanic shop will be. From my experience, even in commercially zoned areas, we've been not successful as a city in having people respect not parking disabled vehicles or vehicles they're working on the street. And this is a very important street where, we have magnet kids getting to Walter Bracken, and on the other side you have kids getting to Rancho High School, and already the use on Eastern is so car intense. We have the shuttles place, we have the car wash on the corner, we have the auto sales lot. My concern is it's gonna get overridden, and it's not going to make any of the neighbors that are so close to this shop. But I'm gonna hold this matter in abeyance because I need to do more due diligence. But on the first gleaning and me driving it, I didn't see what I would expect or want to see in executing a car shop. I don't want to see spillage. I don't want to see disabled cars in the lot. I want to see cars in and cars out. It needs to be clear, and clutter is not good because it doesn't help the neighborhood lift. If anything, it brings it down. So I'm gonna hold this because one, we didn't have the conversation prior to coming, and I don't like to blindside anybody, but I am giving you basically I'm not feeling that this is a good fit, especially having residents right there on the other side of the wall, so close to where the shop would be. But I still wanna give it some time. I wanna go back, I wanna analyze and see what would be the best foot forward for the entirety of the neighborhood. So with that, I'm gonna move to hold this item in abeyance. My child is out of school, and I'm not gonna be 100%, I'm trying to maximize the time with my kids, so I'm gonna hold the matter until the August 5th meeting so that I can then do all my due diligence and make sure that we have the conversations that are needed.
Okay. So do you understand she wants to postpone any decision until the August 5th City Council meeting, and she asks you to please get in touch with her office so that you can meet?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay?
And Idolina will actually start to initiate the meetings.
Right
She's
behind
back-
you.
Back
Okay.
behind you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. The motion is there.
Okay, agenda item 51.
Did everyone vote on the abeyance?
Oh, sorry. Post?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Councilwoman. Agenda item number 51, 26-0120-SDR1 Site Development Plan Review. Applicant Jean Cora Saratori, owner Rebong Saratori, Irrevocable Trust et al. For possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed one-story, 4,914 square foot commercial development with waivers of Appendix F, interim downtown Las Vegas development standards, Area 1, on 0.16 acres on the west side of 3rd Street, approximately 135 feet south of Garces Avenue. C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
We am, Madam.
Would you please state your name and tell us about the project?
My name's Erpan Tip on behalf of application. We here, I think we still have the, we submit the plan the last week. It's not updated yet on the, what we saw there. Let's see what the site plan is. Oh, here we go. Let's go back this one. Again, there was existing building, there's 2 existing buildings, kind of old. I think it's built, 1940 something.
Mm-hmm.
So the owner, they want to remove those 2 buildings right there and now building the new modern buildings on the existing lot. So I know you see this right here. We have modified the site plan. I think I emailed to the Kristen last week. I think he didn't update yet. So we're gonna provide you guys, attraction closer, and this building gonna be a little bit smaller, and this one could be the same, and that's what we got. And also we are updated the color scheme for in the front buildings. You see that? Whatever, the same. That's it. Oh, okay. It's right there. So this is the building 110. It's on in front of Third Street. This is what the color scheme going to look like. The original one we submit last time, it was kind of yellowish.
Okay.
Yeah, I know now we're going to make it a little modern, almost match like everybody else. And the back, the building, going to be similar color. We can, I believe, Kristen had that update already. So.
Okay. Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So in your backup materials, you do have updated site plans and landscape plans and a staff report as they were submitted on the 15th after the publication of the online agenda, so that you have that in your backup material. While the projects within the downtown Las Vegas area, one, are not automatically subject to parking requirements, the complete absence of parking where 17 spaces would otherwise be required is not compatible or harmonious with the surrounding development. It should be also noted that if additional floors are added to the interior of the building through a tenant improvement or access is granted to the roof or a subsequent site development review shall be required. If approved, and this is reiterating what is in the backup materials in the staff report so that the applicant is aware and can agree to it, is the conditions number 3, 4, and 5 would be deleted based upon the revisions being met. And then, as well as condition number 2 is being amended to reflect the following. All development shall be in conformance with the site plan and building elevations date stamped 6/15/26 and landscape plan date stamped 4/6/26, except as amended by conditions herein. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody wishing to be heard on this subject? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Does the applicant agree to all the conditions?
Do I need to state my name?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Naomi Saratori. Address is 12438 Tudor Arch Drive. I am the daughter of Jean. I guess just the comments based off of what was brought up. I know it might seem like it's a two-story building, but it's not. I wanted like high ceiling just to have that larger feel, and that's why I wanted the large windows at the front. Actually, that's 708. The other building, 710, and then just to match 708 was going to have that same. So it looks like it's a two-story building, but it's not. Second is, I think because we are downtown, and correct me if I'm wrong, my AC unit is supposed to be on the roof still. So I just asked there, it's more for lookage, because I know you guys are looking for a certain look. So based off of that corner, I believe apartment on 3rd Street adjacent to us, it's like industrial feeling, and so that's why I was kind of adding that steel. So it kind of looks like it's a hangout, I guess, from the eye, if you were just to look at the building to yourself based off the picture. But it really is just to kind of blend in that, you know, the building across, to kind of bring a different elevation, because I believe that's what you're looking for. And like he stated before, that yellow color, I think that was just what he printed on, but that was not the color scheme we were picking at all. I think because he usually works not with the city of Las Vegas, they had different requirements, so we didn't lay down the colors, to be honest. But I would like the more steel look with the brown and beiges, something more subtle. Again, going with the flow of 3rd Street, especially with everything. The 3rd Street was elevated in the last couple years across from us, so. And then I guess the second part would be the parking that was brought up as well. 708 and 710 are both our offices. Originally, it was a one address property that was residential. My mom converted it to commercial. As such, the only businesses operating is our business and are by appointment only. There are 4 people in the office, me, my mom included, and then 2 other employees where me and my mom carpool. So generally speaking, we've never had parking. Actually, the whole back area, no one ever parks there. We generally park in front of 3rd Street, which I know with the new code that we're removing the front street parking because that's not the look that we're going for, such as we're moving the building forward and removing that side driveway that I originally had. And I think that was the only two.
Can I add something?
Of course.
Good afternoon, Mayor. We are, since COVID time, we have done the DocuSign and Zoom meetings with clients, and that is since end of 2019. Up and until last year, I think, we've been just going through emails, Zoom meetings, phone calls and all that because it's more convenient, and especially for those that are from out-of-state clients that we have. So they prefer that. However, starting last year, some people would like to have a personal meeting, with regards to their businesses, corporations, and all that. So we decided that we will allow them to come in and meet with us, but on appointments only. So we don't have a day-to-day traffic. We don't have a daily appointment. It's very rare. So I think the zero parking requirement that Mr. Gates had informed us that we don't have to have parking requirements applies to us because we don't have a daily traffic of clients.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there any comments or questions from the council members? If not, I will recognize Ms. Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am supportive of your future development. I think it looks pretty good, and I know that Mr. Schlotman has been in contact with you on making it even better. So with that, I'm going to move to approve agenda item 51 with the stated conditions by Mr. Lowenstein.
Right, those was the deletion of conditions number 3, 4, and 5, and then the amended condition 2 as read into the record.
Do you accept those conditions?
We do.
Yeah. Yes, that was my original question. All right, you have made a motion.
Yes.
Please vote. Post.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 52. 26-0127-SDR1, Site Development Plan Review, applicant Trout Electric, owner Novak Holdings LLC for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed parking facility with waivers of perimeter landscape requirements on 0.35 acres at the northeast corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and San Simeon Street, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Shall we? Okay. Ms. Summers Armstrong, would you care to obey this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Seeing that the applicant is not here, I think the best move would be to obey this item.
Which meeting?
How many months?
Let's give them 60 days.
60 days. All right. Now, will the city, just an FYI, does the city notify them that they have 60 days to come back? Mr. City Attorney?
Well, I'll defer to Peter on what the protocol is in terms of, it's not required an abeyance, but I know they at least let them know.
I believe, through you, Madam Mayor, this counts as a public notification, the action, as well as I think we have a follow-up letter that says what the action was at council that goes to the applicant and anybody else that is on the application form.
But they will be notified in some manner?
I believe so.
Thank you so much. Okay. Do I need a motion?
So moved. To obey to August 19th is fine.
Okay. Please vote. Post.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 53, 26-0144 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 31.72 acres at the northwest corner of Log Cabin Way and Alpine Ridgeway, R-CL, single-family compact lot, zoned 53A through 53P, 26-0144-VAR1 through VAR 16 to allow proposed perimeter retaining and screen walls that do not conform to Title 19.06 Development Standards for Height, proposed common element AA, proposed lots 57 to 58, 67, 74, 136 to 144, and 147, and proposed common element N. The applicant is KB Homes Las Vegas, Inc. The owner is KB Home Las Vegas, Inc. et al. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 6, Ms. Bruni, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing KB Home. Prior to the city council meeting, I planned on speaking on the 16 items, about 3 minutes apiece, which would probably be about 48 minutes. But if you're going to be very kind and show some grace here to support this application, I could wrap this up in 3 minutes.
I love it. I love you for that.
I'm going to err on the side of 3 minutes, or maybe 2, as Councilman Knudsen has mentioned. So fairly quickly here, this is a classic legal hardship that we have for KB Home. You approved this project about 60 days ago. We came before City Council. This is a single-family residential development up in the Kyle Canyon area. The classic legal hardship that we have here on this property, as you go from the west portion of our property to the east, we have a significant slope and topography of about 30 feet. Also, what you have here is the grades are already set. By that, what I mean is along here, along Alpine Ridge Way, you have a road that's already set for grade. Down here in Log Cabin Way, we have a road that's set for grade. And then there is a development here for Tri-Point Homes under construction that has set the grade. So essentially, you set the sandbox as far as how you're going to handle the drainage in this area. And because of that, when you're dealing with the 30-foot slope in this area from west to east, it makes it a very hard, or a lot of constraints on the property from drainage purposes. So that's why we have the 16 variances that are before you. They are not on the entire project. This is a project that was approved for a couple hundred homes up in the Kyle Canyon area. What I'm going to show you, or the lots that I'm showing you, are the 16 lots that are being proposed for that variance. A lot of these lots back up to each other. One of the questions is will a future home buyer to see the increase in wall height? Will they be able to see that prior to purchasing a home? And the answer is yes, because what they'll do is they'll choose the lot. When they look at the lot, they'll see the wall heights in the area, and then they have to sign off on a plot plan prior to moving forward with construction. So there will be adequate notice with a potential home buyer of what the rear yard is going to look like as far as the walls that are set. So that being said, I could wrap up my conversation and tell you Planning Commission recommended approval. And I could ask you to follow those recommendations, or I can continue on for another 45 minutes and go through each lot as proposed.
I think that's a threat. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. On December 17th of 25, the City Council approved the tentative map for a proposed 232-lot single-family detached residential subdivision that was named the Creston. On the subject site, the technical concerns originated from adjacent grade was not identified at the applicant at that time, which could have facilitated design changes to the subdivision to achieve code compliance. The applicant is now seeking to construct interior and screen walls on 16 lots within the residential subdivision that exceeds the maximum lot height in the single-family compact lot zoning district. So staff finds that there's no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstances has been presented, and that the applicant has created the self-imposed hardship by proposing retaining screening walls that exceed the Title 19 requirement, and has opted to redesign the subdivision and accommodate these codes. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. At this point, I can go through each one of the 16 lots in depth if you need. If my recommendation.
How much do you like your job?
Thank God. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody that would like to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Yes, Ms. Armstrong.
My only question would be, what are you going to tell the owners for the future about trying to change the grade if they are landscaping in the backyard? That
There are
could be-
disclosures that they have to sign within the document, so you can't change the backyard drainage or the elevations in there because that impacts the drainage. So there are disclosures in those agreements.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Good. Anybody else? All right. Ms. Bruni, do you care to comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Mr. Gronauer for sitting through a very long meeting. And with that, I am happy to make a motion to approve item 53, 26-0144, items A through P. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's a motion on the floor. Please vote. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries, and I will look forward
Thank
to
you.
hearing about all of the other ones.
I only say that because I was the last item last night on the Planning Commission, I'm the last item today. So somebody has it in for me somewhere around here. So you guys all have a good day. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Reports and presentations. Report by Dr. Reese Oswald, Region 2 Superintendent, on the current educational operations in schools with the Clark County School District and the City of Las Vegas. All wards. Dr. Malich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members, Dr. Tammy Malich, Director of Youth Development and Social Initiatives for the record. And given the length of the meeting, I will just say nothing more than I present to you Dr. Reese Oswald, Region 2 Superintendent from the Clark County School District, for his quarterly presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Berkeley and City Council members. My name is Reese Oswald, and I'm the Region 2 Superintendent for the Clark County School District. In relation to compliance status, there have been no notices of noncompliance or compliance disputes submitted to the district since the last status update. Today, I will be reviewing disaggregated data that was presented to our Board of Trustees during the first calendar year quarter of 2026. Topics include student attendance, student discipline, graduation rates, and workforce and career readiness. In relation to student attendance, comparing the first semester 2024 to the first semester 2025, chronic absenteeism rates have decreased by 1.5%. All student groups have shown decreases in the count of chronically absent students. The largest improvement is among students eligible for special education, with a 5.8% decrease in chronic absenteeism. Moving on to student discipline, the number of students referred for suspension has decreased overall by 9.6% from the previous year, and the number of students referred for discretionary expulsions has decreased overall by 9.9% from the previous year. Next up is graduation rates. Overall, graduation rates for the City of Las Vegas have increased 2.6%. Also, more students are opting for more rigorous diploma types, with an increase of 2.1% receiving a college and career readiness diploma. And lastly, workforce and career readiness. Enrollment in CTE programs has decreased in the transition from 3-year to 2-year programs. It's important to note that there has been a concerted effort to focus on CTE completion versus the number of students in the programs. We have seen notable increases in enrollment of both advanced placement and dual enrollment coursework for Black African American student groups. Now, as we conclude our review of data, I'm proud to transition into some celebrations of our schools. Clark High School had 10 first-place winners at the Nevada Career Development Conference and 3 first-place winners at the Nevada Technology Student Association State Conference. Central Technical Academy had 2 students complete their Certificate of Achievement in Advanced Manufacturing from CSN, along with their completion of their high school diploma at no cost through the Nevada Gold Mines Partnership. And Hyde Park is celebrating student Shu-On Ru Chen as the winner of the 2025-2026 Invest Right competition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from any of the members of the council? We appreciate everything you're doing, and it sounds like a very good report.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. We'll now move to agenda item 57, report by Mike Jansen, City Manager, and Sarah Garcia, Strategic Initiatives Manager, and discussion for possible action regarding the fiscal year 2027 to 2031 citywide strategic plan for the City of Las Vegas. This affects all wards. Welcome, and We'd love to hear the presentation. Thank you.
Mayor Berkeley, members of City Council, Mike Jansen, City Manager, and I'll let my colleague on my right introduce herself.
I'm Sarah Garcia, Strategic Initiatives Manager for the Office of Strategic Services.
Well, Mayor and Council, what I just want to tell you today is for any organization that goes down the path of developing a strategic plan, if that plan is done well, that plan becomes the North Star for an organization. It becomes the document that the entire organization can get behind. And I will tell you the efforts from Sarah's team, the efforts from our community members, from our employees at every level of the organization, and the efforts from you and this council, all of the efforts over the past year that you had to make this plan a reality is what you see today. And this is a plan for 5 years. It's not for 1 year, it's for 5. And so I think what you see in this plan is a lot of initiatives that as we have regular check-ins with you throughout the life of this document, some of them are easy. Either we get something done or we don't. And that's the type of things you're going to be hearing over the course of the life of this document. So with that, Mayor and Council, Sarah and her team really did the bulk of the work on this plan, and I'd like to turn this presentation over to Sarah and let her walk you through where we go from here.
Thank you, Mike. All right, so today marks an important milestone for our city. We began this strategic planning process a little over a year ago through a structured and collaborative effort that engaged cross-departmental teams and reflects community and employee input. It also incorporates guidance from our city leadership and as well as this council. So this plan is built from multiple perspectives. To begin, I'm going to walk you through the strategic planning process that's brought us here to this point, and then highlight the priorities and objectives within each area, as well as the next steps in this process. The fiscal year 2027 through 2031 citywide strategic plan was developed through a structured, data-driven, and collaborative process designed to ensure alignment, community needs, organizational capacity, and the city's long-term vision. This process began with an environmental scan and a current state assessment, where we evaluated the external conditions that may impact our organization's operating environment. We then evaluated the internal strengths and weaknesses, and we brought those two perspectives together to develop a comprehensive SWOT analysis. To ensure the plan reflected both community expectations and organizational insight, surveys were sent out to gather input. And then last summer, this council came together for a special city council meeting to discuss our city's future. Through a collaborative brainstorming session, you identified and adopted 4 new priorities for the next 5 years, which I will be sharing momentarily. City leadership then convened for a full-day retreat to draft strategic objectives for each priority area. These objectives articulate the outcomes the city aims to achieve for the next 5 years. Departments then collaborated to identify key performance indicators to measure progress towards each strategic objective. These KPIs provide quantifiable metrics and allow the organization to monitor performance and assess effectiveness over time. Leaders and support departments were then assigned to each objective and tasked with developing strategies and action plans that will guide implementation. And each priority area includes specific KPIs, and each objective has first-year strategies that create measurable progress. A list of the full first-year strategies is available on the city's website. The draft objectives and KPIs were presented to council to confirm alignment and strengthen the overall strategic framework. And so as a result of this comprehensive planning process, the 4 priority focus areas that will guide the city's work over the next 5 years are public safety, healthcare, economic development, and housing and homelessness. And these areas reflect the most pressing needs for our community and the strategic direction by the council. So let's take a moment to review the objectives for each priority area. Public safety has 4 objectives in this priority area that focuses on strengthening safety and trust across our community. We aim to decrease traffic fatalities and serious injuries on roads, implement strategies that prevent crime and support a sense of safety, improve the city's preparedness and emergency response capabilities as our community grows, and improve community perceptions of the criminal justice system to foster greater trust, collaboration, and awareness of services. And within this priority area, 32 strategies have been developed for the first year. Our next priority area is healthcare, which also has 4 key objectives. We're going to look at expanding and retaining our healthcare workforce to ensure timely and equitable access to high-demand providers, increase access to healthcare for residents in need, enhancing street medicine and crisis intervention services to improve outcomes and reduce pressure on hospitals, and expanding access to fitness and recreation infrastructure to support well-being and improve long-term health outcomes. 28 strategies have been developed to guide the work ahead. Economic development priority has 5 strategic objectives that focus on strengthening the community and expanding opportunity. First, we'll pursue opportunities to secure dedicated funding to maintain existing infrastructure, support redevelopment, and reduce long-term deferred maintenance burdens. We'll then expand workforce training opportunities to help unemployed and underemployed residents gain the skills needed to access high-wage, high-demand jobs. The third objectives will attract and support businesses that diversify the economy and offer stable, full-time jobs. And then next, we will reduce the impact of vacant and abandoned buildings to revitalize community. And then finally, we'll support cultural projects and performance venues that strengthen the local arts and boost economic activity. 43 strategies have been developed for these priority objectives for the first year. And then in housing and homelessness, we have identified 5 key objectives for this areas that will guide our work in this space. So first, we will pursue sustainable funding sources to ensure the city is equipped to provide quality homeless services and effective housing programs. Second objective will aim to increase access to affordable and attainable housing. Third, we'll focus on expanding access to services for the unhoused, helping them achieve self-sufficiency. We'll also look at increasing public knowledge of available resources and benefits related to homeless services and housing affordability. And then finally, we'll implement homeless prevention initiatives that stop individuals and families from experiencing homelessness. And 20 strategies have been developed to guide the first year. So following today's presentation and upon your formal approval, the strategic plan will officially begin implementation on July 1st, 2026. And then from that point forward, departments will begin executing their strategies, tracking and reporting their progress each quarter. And then annually, we will bring a comprehensive report back to you to report and to highlight all of the accomplishments made within each priority area. And just for reference, the complete strategic plan will be available on the city's website. Thank you for your time today, and with your approval, we are ready to move the plan into action and begin delivering measurable progress for the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Garcia. I am a great advocate of strategic planning, and I think this was done so very well. It is not an easy process. It's a painstaking process and a very long one, very labor-intensive, but I think you and your team did a great job. And now I wonder if there are any council members that would like to comment? Seeing none, may I entertain a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know you did you and your team did such a great job on this, and we should be really proud. This is one of the primary things that City Council does, is set the vision for the organization, and you facilitated that. I honestly thought all of the directors would be over there cheering you on, but I just would like to point out that it's Gina Bishop that has your back. So someone should give her an award for that. So, she's hiding back there, but she's there. There's one director. You're trapped behind a wall, so that's fine. Lots of work, lots of energy, and it's 5 years of good progress for the city of Las Vegas. So thank you very, very, very much. And with that, I would move to approve.
Please vote. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Agenda item 58, set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Will do, thank you.
Thank you so much. Citizen participation. Agenda item 59, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, will be limited to 2 minutes. This is your opportunity to address the council, but please remember the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? You never know, Jade. All right, thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 60. Council emerging issues. Discussion regarding potential items for future city council agendas. This impacts all wards. Any discussion must be limited to whether or not such proposed items shall be placed on a future agenda. No discussion regarding the substance of any proposed topic shall occur. No action shall be taken. Do any members of the council have any topics they would like to bring forward under this item? Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor?
Oh, Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Yes. I think that the issues that we face today that have to do with our coordination with the state when it comes to licensing for care homes, daycares, I think we need to have some recurring check-ins on that to make sure that we are making headway to collaboration, because this was a lot.
You know, I have to say, the first time we heard this a number of months ago, I thought it was a one-off, but apparently it is a recurring issue, and we ought to address it. And I thank you so much. Agenda item 61, council member recognition. Comments made by individual council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Let's start with Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, we want to say thank you for inviting us to join you at the Day of Gratitude at Allegiant Stadium. My husband, Carl, with the K Armstrong, and I were there to support the Veterans event. We're very thankful to Mr. Polivos for all the work that he does in the veterans space. It was beautiful. We were just hearts were warmed, and we want to say congratulations to the honorees this year, which were General Andrew Pappas, Major General Anda Berry. For those of you who don't remember, he was our state's over the, oh gosh, what's it called? The National Guard. I remember meeting him when I was in Carson. Senior Master Sergeant Bobby Oates and Air Force vet Bob Maxwell, and we thank them for their service and unwavering commitment to the community, and we were honored to be there. Next, on June 10th, we were at Skyview Early Learning Village. It's in North Las Vegas, but the YMCA wants to put one of these pre-K to kindergarten facilities in Ward 5. We were hanging out with staff and the kids. It was so much fun. The kids were having a great time. This is their summer program, and their model is very workable. When we don't have money to build permanent facilities, they're using just completely maxed out trailers to provide this amazing pre-K and kindergarten service, and I really enjoyed myself. Thank you, Jordan, at the YMCA for hosting us, and all the teachers and staff. Oh, and the kids let me play. So. On June 11th, we were here in Chambers for the Compassionate Las Vegas Awards, which is hosted by Compassionate City Awards in coordination with Compassionate Las Vegas, which is a grassroots organization that is dedicated to fostering kindness in our community. The event honored individuals who make a meaningful impact through service, compassion, and care for others. Each awardee contributes to our city in their own inspiring way. They were Alan O'Neill for Climate Resilience and Environmental Sustainability Award, Dr. Kevin Wright for Education, Gina Glass for Health and Wellness Award. I will just give her a special shout out. Her focus is sickle cell, a disease that primarily affects African Americans that does not get the outreach that it needs, and we're happy for her work. Julia Lazarek with Strengthening the Family Award, David Renan with Housing Security Award, and Sky Jones for the Shining Light Youth Award. If you did not see this or we were not here, let me just tell you that Sky Jones, it reinforced for me as a leader that our young people that are coming behind us do care, and they are going to make a difference moving forward. Next, we had on June 12th, the Ward 5 Community Night Out. We were at the Shack Courts at the Doolittle Complex. This was just an event to get out there and just say hello to the community. I just want to give a special shout out to the City of Las Vegas departments. Parks and Recreation did not let us down. They did a wonderful job. We had a bouncy house. They had baseballs and gloves, footballs, kickball. The kids played basketball. We didn't double dutch because my knee wasn't going to let me. But we had a wonderful time. We had popsicles provided by Anderson Dairy. Our DPS was there. Fire was there. The whole city of Las Vegas came out, and LVMPD was there. But the city of Las Vegas came out and showed up for the community. The kids had a blast. They got to climb around fire trucks and just get close to these folks in uniform, and they were really, really excited about it. So I'm really, really excited. Thank you, Mario. It was a wonderful event, and we're looking forward to doing more of this type of outreach in the community. On June 15th, we had our weekly recording of Access City Council, which again featured one of our amazing city employees, Savante Manor from Parks and Rec, and Chief Queen Anune from Fire was there. We had a wonderful show. We're going to be, when it airs next week, we're going to be talking about how to stay safe while participating in summer activities. We specifically talked about swimming and water safety, and we have a special segment on Becker Tech. You're going to love it, and thank you so much to our comms department, Crystal, and all the team for doing such a wonderful job. On June 16th, we were on Fremont Street, hanging out with the mayor and Derek Stevens and the UNLV band and a whole lot of community members who were there to see the Sigma Derby horse slot machine moved to the Golden Gate. I had no idea about this machine. I don't game, so it was crazy. There were hundreds of people. They had all kinds of ponies. It was crazy. Thank you, everybody, for being there. Mayor did a great job presenting a proclamation. It's just wonderful to see that we have this piece of old Vegas history being preserved. Thank you, Mr. Stevens, for caring about that. Also, on June 16th, after we left there, we ran over to Becker Tech and got to hang out with our Parks and Recs folks. These young people are also into robotics, and we hung out with Dylan, who is the senior rec leader at Becker Tech, and see the work that they are doing with these young folks. They created dancing robots, and they were all very, very excited to show us how their robots could, I don't know what dance it was, but they were dancing. The kids had a great time. Their parents were so excited to see us there. Thank you, Parks and Recreation, again, for hosting and putting forth STEM and STEAM workshops for our community. It's much needed, and our kids really, really loved it. And that'll also be on the Next Access show. Upcoming events, this Saturday is the big one, the 25th Annual Las Vegas Juneteenth Festival at the Symphony Park. We have the festival outdoors, free to all. We will have thanking Commissioner McCurdy and Mayor Pamela Goins-Brown for helping to co-host this with us, and the Rainbow Dreams Educational Foundation will be outdoors. It's free. There's a marketplace, vendors, food trucks, live music from DJ Kelly, and performances by local artists. And then if you got your ticket, I hope you did, because we're just about sold out. If we're not, there will be 2 performances by R&B star Christopher Williams inside Myron's at the Smith Center. If you need more information, check out www.june19lv.com. Next week, on the 26th, is the African American Music Appreciation Month celebration, also in Ward 5 at the historic West Side School. Everyone is invited to the African American Music celebration. It's going to be at the historic West Side campus. There will be music, dancing, refreshments, raffles. It's a party. Please come out and join us. On the 15th of June to July 10th is Camp Recharge, and this is at Darefelt Strong Future Enrichment Center. Participants will explore independent living skills, career and education pathways, mental health, self-care, and back-to-school readiness. Parents, please call Sherry Smith at 702-229-6601 for more details. We have a lot of things available. I'm sure my colleagues will mention some of them to keep our children active and busy and safe this summer. We just invite you parents and guardians to please look into what we offer. We want your kids to have a great summer. Finally, my staff. Thank you, Nora, Julius, and Ara for all your hard work. You can reach us at 702-229-5443 or by email at ward5, the number 5 at lasvegasnevada.gov. We are here to serve and support our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Polensky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Thursday, June 4th, I had the opportunity to put the final bolts in place on a new play structure at Wayne Bunker Playground. I'm excited to share that this new playground is now open for the summer. If you're looking for a fun way to spend the summer day, bring your kids out to enjoy the new slide, swing, and climbing features, all now accessible for kids with mobility issues. I want to thank our Parks and Recs team for their hard work in reopening this playground for our community. I want to highlight the newest collection of Ant Box murals in Ward 4, Sunset at Mojave by artist Sasha Primo, is now on display along West Cheyenne Avenue. Each mural in the collection draws inspiration from the Mojave Desert, capturing unique moments in our desert ecosystem. Thank you to Cultural Affairs team for bringing these ant boxes to life. public art helps tell the story of our community and adds character to our neighborhoods. I look forward to seeing more creativity in Ward 4. Next up, join us as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States of America at the Blast Off in the Basin, hosted at Buckskin Basin Park. The festivities begin at 7 p.m. and will feature music from a DJ, a variety of food truck items available for purchase, and at approximately 9:15, an incredible aerial show combining fireworks and drones will be on display. Be sure to bring your low-back chairs, blankets, and plenty of water as we come together to enjoy an evening of celebration. We look forward to seeing all the families there. Next up, take a moment to look at these faces on the slide. 12 teens are still missing from our community. If you recognize any of them or have any information that could help, please contact LV MPD Missing Person Detail at 702-828-3111. Even the smallest tip could make a real difference. And lastly, you can stay up to date with community news and upcoming events happening in Ward 4 by following me on Facebook, Instagram, X, all the things. If you ever need any assistance, please don't hesitate to contact us directly, 702-229-2524. We are here to provide any assistance that we can. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I have an intern, it's Jonah Collins, who's with me for the summer, and I asked him to read my comments for me.
Don't mess it up.
Learning Disabilities Week is an opportunity to highlight the experiences of people with learning disabilities and promote greater understanding in our communities. It encourages inclusive practices in education, workplaces, and public spaces, so everyone can participate fully. The week also celebrates the strength and contributions of individuals with learning disabilities, while reminding us of the importance of accessible services and reducing stigma. Learn more about how to get involved through awareness efforts and community support. June events join us this week for Brews with Brian on Saturday, June 20th from 9:30 to 10:30 at Starburst Parlor, home to some of the best gluten-free and keto-friendly food in the Las Vegas Medical District. This get-together gives our residents a chance to share ideas, discuss local issues, and speak directly with city staff. Interested community members for attending are encouraged to RSVP to Ward 1 at lasvegasnevada.gov. Next weekend, join the Ward 1 team on Saturday, June 27th for our Ward 1 Summer Splash Pool event at Garside Pool from noon to 2 p.m. Enjoy free entry, a DJ, ice cream, and raffle prizes. A perfect way to cool off from the summer heat. Thank you, Mayor Berkeley.
Thank you so much. And tell us your name again.
My name is Jonah Collins.
And where do you go to school?
I go to school at Southwest Career and Technical Academy.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
I hope we lost her a little sooner than that. Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Starting here with some things we've been attending on June 4th, we had our East Las Vegas Family Park ribbon cutting ceremony, and so both humans and furry friends enjoyed the ribbon cutting of the dog park. Thank you to Atkins Realis for designing this modern dog park, and to J&J Engineering Construction for bringing it to life, and of course our fabulous Parks and Rec team and Public Works team that made it all a reality. I was joined by Deputy Parks and Rec Director Pat O'Mara, Deputy City Manager Rosa Cortez, and of course my wonderful Parks Commissioner Mika Keller and her 2 children, and of course my own little furry family member, Toby. Please stay tuned to my upcoming Access City Council for more details and a sneak peek at the recently installed fitness courts as well at the same park. And so you see fitness courts, we didn't really do an official ribbon cutting for it, but it's installed, and we have now the dog parks open to our community. On June 6th, I was so proud to join Craig Rosen and his partner Rocco De Benedictis, I don't know, I probably butchered that, for the fabulous ribbon cutting of their new business adjacent to the Arts District called Honey Vintage and Bath Store. in the Wholesome Lofts building. In addition to finding an incredible selection of bath goodies like soaps, candles, lotions, carefully curated selection of vintage clothing and accessories is also available for our perusal. It's very dangerous to go in there. They host workshops where you can create your own custom soaps, perfume rollers, and more. Craig and Rocco have a huge heart, and they even partner with local charities for fundraising events. Please check them out if you haven't already. On June 9th, last week, our Economic and Urban Development Department hosted the second of 3 meetings to educate our neighbors in East Las Vegas about the proposed RDA 3 that would be part of our ward. If you missed the last 2, you can tune into the last recording of the Planning Commission's meeting, last night's recording, of the Planning Commission meeting, or attend the 3rd and final meeting on Wednesday, June 24th at Desert Pines High School, 5:30 p.m. Last week on June 10th, we had our Ward 3 Public Safety Town Hall, and also in attendance we had Assemblywoman Cynthia Moore and Tick Sagerbloom, and of course Lieutenant McMurtry from DTAC and our very own Chief Jason Potts. We were there to hear from the members of Ward 3 or members of the community to hear their honest concerns regarding public safety in their neighborhoods. And the Spanish session 1 is today. So if some of you hablan español, you can go on to East Las Vegas Community Center at 6 p.m. and partake in the round 2 of Public Safety Town Hall. On June 13th, We Care Foundation celebrated its 65th anniversary. It was a full house, and I joined countless community partners and friends of We Care, including Shine a Light, Freedom House, Crossroads of Southern Nevada, to recognize the impact that the We Care House has had in supporting women in their recovery journey. And they're so instrumental in the success of the WinCourt graduates. So congratulations to Executive Director Rhonda Dahl Rios and Board President Jessica Stein for their tireless effort and work in this space. Things that are coming up on June 23rd, we have an Arts District parking meeting. So I'd like to invite the community to attend a follow-up meeting concerning parking in the Arts District. It'll be here in City Council chambers next Tuesday, June 23rd at 6 p.m. And wanted to let you all know that there's a free fishing license for our youth, so just check them out. Nevada Department of Wildlife, children's ages 12 to 17 can now obtain a free fishing license. Take advantage. Go ahead and get that picture of the QR code to get your kid's license today. Final plug is for the free medical services we're providing in partnership with Turo. So please ensure that folks that need some medical service but may not have coverage right now, insurance coverage, have them stop on by the East Las Vegas Community Center on July 2nd from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. to receive free medical care from the outstanding doctors in the mobile unit. And that's it for me, Mayor. There's all of our contact information if folks need to get in contact with our amazing Ward 3 team.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. I am very excited to thank our in-house rock star of civic engagement, Luann Holmes, and the terrific Vegas vote party that she did. And I'm just so sorry that we weren't able to get Mayor or the Mayor Pro Tem there, but you'll see we were out rocking it, doing our thing, and making sure that people who were stopping by. I heard the morning was really super busy. I couldn't get there, and maybe part of my fellow councilwomen were there, but it was terrific, and I'm just such a political science geek, so I love people coming and being able to celebrate voting. So thank you so much, particularly to the Raiders for helping us celebrate that. And we, on June 11th, Mayor Berkeley and then joined us, and Councilwoman Nancy Bruni and I co-hosted an adult safety event. I want to thank every single one of you because you helped reach out. We had our numbers that were low. We ended up with 60 attendees. I must have had at least half the room come up to me, tell me what a terrific event it was. And as you know, you usually get one or two. It was awesome. And We got to hear from FBI Special Agent in Charge Christopher Delzato. The folks in attendance loved him. Southern Nevada Senior Law Program Executive Director Diane Farron, the organization that our mayor helped start many years ago, and UNLV geropsychologist Dr. Breno Wren. So I really appreciate everybody's help and support and the collaboration. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to tour the Just One project. I know so many of you were very familiar. I had not been as familiar. And so this young and impactful organization is serving thousands of our fellow Nevadans. Just One project works every day to address food insecurity, housing instability, and other challenges facing individuals and families throughout our community. And what impressed me most was their commitment to providing wraparound services with dignity and compassion and helping people navigate difficult times while empowering them to regain stability and independence. I want to thank the entire Just One Project team, but particularly Mimi Diebold, who is a fellow Valley Viking grad, Mayor, like you and I are. Not only for the tour, but as she said, the food that they provide is their welcome mat, because often food insecurity is indication of other challenges, and they talk with the folks who come and try to help them, and they've got caseworkers, and it's just another terrific example of how integral the nonprofit community is with what we're trying to achieve in municipal government. And before we wrap up, which is quickly, I also want to highlight a few important upcoming events in Ward 2 and across the city. We're opening the Pavilion Pool complex at the Regional Aquatic Center on Thursday, June 25th. We are kicking off on June 22nd, Vegas for Athletes opening ceremony, and you're welcome to join me, but it starts at 7 p.m. So you may not want to join me, but I will be there in all excitement for the entire city. And this exciting youth sports festival will bring young athletes from across the valley together for competition, teamwork, and fun right here in the city. And as you know, because we've talked about Vegas for Athletes, not only they help, their mission is to test the hearts of these young athletes. They do a terrific job, and events like this also showcase Las Vegas as a premier destination for sports and family events. And then if you want to come to the Regional Aquatic Center, I'll be there with the mayor on June 25th, as I said, at 9 a.m., and they're going to be offering tours for the community at 10 a.m. And finally, invite everyone to join us for the Summerlin Council Patriotic Parade on July 4th. This annual tradition is one of the highlights of the year in Ward 2, bringing together families to celebrate our nation's independence. And I am especially looking forward to riding in the parade aboard the historic antique fire truck Big Red and celebrating with residents throughout the community. I have never done this, so this will be my first parade. All of you seasoned elected officials on this dais, and I am excited to have my picture taken. Cheering, pardon me? Wear pants. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the advice. I'll take any advice. I was going to bring a cooler with ice just so I could throw it on me for the time on Big Red. And anytime, I hopefully there's a slide that shows the way to get in touch with us, and we love to talk to our constituents and help them. Thank you so much. That's it?
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
Yes. This city council meeting is adjourned.